from now. Ali, I feel like in your heart of hearts, when you think about what the United States just did, I think there are very few Americans right now who have any idea why the United States did this. If this was about drug trafficking, then why did President Trump just pardon the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of sending hundreds of tons of drugs into the United States? If this was about something about the illegitimacy of Maduro's election, well, that's something that the U.S. is, decrying any other country policing. We just sanctioned Brazil for having tried to protect itself from a coup by its former president, Jair Bolsonaro. I mean, if it's about gangs, we had the president of El Salvador, who is believed by U.S. law enforcement to be very linked with the notorious gang MS-13, which has caused incredible damage in the hemisphere, including in the United States. He's invited into the Oval Office, and the president says that he's looking forward to sending homegrown Americans to that president's essentially, jungle concentration camps. So all of the purported explanations for what's happened here don't stand up to logical scrutiny. The president has never articulated a coherent rationale for having done this. This seems like Marco Rubio's dream, not Donald Trump's dream. So I'll be very interested to hear what the president is able to piece together in terms of an articulable rationale for having done this. That said, he's done it. And so, in the immortal words of General Colin Powell, you break it, you own it. And it's one thing to do that on the other side of the world. It's another thing to do that so close to home here in our hemisphere. I don't know if they have any plan for what to do now that they have invaded, bombed, and removed the president of that country.
Yeah, but, that's a big question.
I'll be happy to hear an America First rationale for it, whatever it is.
And the administration kind of sort of laid a little bit of it out in its national security strategy.
Ironic to hear Rachel talking about an America First. You think she'd find better language?
That it came out with a little while ago, this whole concept, sort of a renewal of the Monroe Doctrine, that what happens in our hemisphere is our business and what happens elsewhere is someone else's business. That said, this is the interesting question. Donald Trump wanted to get rid of Maduro in his first term. Marco Rubio, as you said, is very determined to have gotten rid of Maduro and says that there's nothing else to happen now that they've got him. The question is what happens, because Venezuela is a tricky country, and we don't necessarily know what the plan is hereafter.
Exactly. I mean, the president in his remarks on Fox and Friends this morning, which is still just an astonishing choice by a president to have done this before he formally addresses the nation. He called into Fox and Friends.
He goes to Fox and Friends
first. He felt like he was watching a television show when he was watching the feed of what was going on there, which is just, it's just disheartening to have a president who's that, who has that kind of a mindset about
TV brained.
But he also said, essentially sort of ad-libbing, trying to explain why this was a good thing, that, in Venezuela, he was essentially a dictator.
Fucking mic.
As if that was the justification for the United States going in there and physically removing the president of that country. I mean, nobody thinks that Maduro is a good guy or has a lot of confidence in the way that he was holding on to power. But again, the president of El Salvador calls himself the world's coolest dictator, or whatever it is that phrase is that he uses for himself. There's lots of countries around the world with de facto, arguable, or official dictatorships. If it is now the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine that we invade and remove the leadership of every country where that's true, it's going to be a very different term in office, and it's going to be a very different world than the one that America First Donald Trump ran on. I mean, the whole justification for J.D. Vance's selection onto the vice presidential ticket.
New Year. I was telling y'all, it's not going to be a happy New Year.
And commitment against
Russia
America
next.
getting involved
so.
in regime change wars.
No.
And now here's.
No, we're not going to invade or spend resources to help Ukraine. Absolutely not. Not when Putin calls up Donald Trump and says, "Oh, you're the greatest, you're the best guy. Remember Stop the Steal? Remember Hillary Clinton?" And Donald Trump just melts. So yeah, no, not Russia next. No. More like Greenland next. Easy pickings. He's talking about Mexico, but I'm really more worried about Greenland. When I was talking about this, I was saying, you know, and I'm going to repeat this a few times throughout the fucking stream. But when I was talking about this, I was saying I'm worried if this is a success. And right now, it's not a success so far. We don't have an official occupation. He's kidnapped the president. He's blown up some ammo depots. He's, who knows how many Venezuelans he's actually killed. There's chaos in the streets right now, but we don't have an official occupation right now. He's getting out in front of there like George W. Bush already. Mission accomplished. It's all done. He's already talking about Mexico. And we're not even close to done. We're not even close to having this shit started, right? The military hasn't declared surrender. It's we're nowhere even close to being done with this invasion. It's not an official occupation yet. So we're still early days with this. So this is a little bit old news, but I thought we'd just get started with this. Some fucking Rachel Maddow with the shittiest mic. She bought this on Temu. And then we're going to get into some, it's going to be 3-4 hours of Venezuela today.
J.D. Vance out tweeting about this again before the president
Tropico
speaks to the nation
exactly.
about it, pounding his chest about how awesome this is. It's just whatever you thought you were buying.
No, man, it's this right
no,
here.
Oh no, oh no, yo, oh no, you didn't. Sucker tried to blame me, but you never paid me, never. Oh no, you didn't. Payback is a coming, you will be running forever. Oh no, you didn't. Until I get my vengeance, I will never end this mayhem. Oh no, you didn't. I'm a mercenary, you ain't got a prayer, you owe me.
Mercenaries 2, rated T for teen.
It's like almost literally the entire storyline of Mercenaries 2.
When you bought this presidency, this was not what they had on offer.
So there are a few issues here that you bring up.
Normally I have better mics. I just so happen to be visiting my grandparents-in-law over here. Okay, I didn't bring the whole set, but I did bring the fucking soundboard. I did bring the PC. Okay, so you get what you get. But this, last time I checked, this is a multi-billion-dollar corporation called MS Now. They can't afford to put a fucking, Ridge mic on this woman. Like, fix her shit up, dude. Welcome back, Tisrael. Welcome back, Bulletproof Bullet. Welcome back, Stickers. Mr. Cool. It's good to see everybody. Welcome to, Donald Trump's America. Motherfuckers like me have been, they keep, not you, but, they keep poo-pooing me. Right? People like me, the leftists that are like, this is real, this is dangerous, this is not just a lark, this isn't just a fucking walk in the park here. Okay, we're talking about a motherfucking pedophilic, Alzheimer's, possibly Alzheimer's, delusional, narcissistic, fascistic, authoritarian dictator who has taken over this country. And this is what happens when motherfuckers like Donald Trump take over countries. Okay. And let me tell you, the worst case scenario is that this is a big success and he successfully occupies Venezuela, because when motherfuckers like Donald Trump get a taste for this shit, it doesn't stop at one. All right. Now imagine how emboldened Putin would have been if it was that 2-week walk in the park to take Ukraine, right? You think he would have stopped there?
Perceived illegitimacy of the Maduro government. Fair enough. The idea that he's an authoritarian, also fair enough. We don't often succeed in the second part of this, the regime change part, but it's not even obvious that that's happened. For instance, we're getting reporting that the vice president of Venezuela may be in Russia at this point. But this isn't Russia? Necessarily regime change. This is the capturing of Maduro, who will be arraigned in New York and a trial.
Yeah, they bombed Chavez's mausoleum. Which, look, I used to, when Chavez first started, I was like, hey, this might have some potential. But he proved himself to be yet another dictator, interested in, he's talking about Bolivarian revolution, but he proved himself to be just yet another corrupt motherfucker talking about he's going to help people, right? He started some literacy programs, very Tropico-esque, right? He clicked a few edicts to help folks, but at the end of the day, it was another corrupt dictatorship. And he didn't serve his country. So no love lost for Hugo fucking Chavez, right? But my big worry is that this is successful, that the army just folds and melts, and Donald Trump gets a taste for regime change and for colonialism.
But we're not sure that we got regime change, and there's those who argue that probably shouldn't be a goal of ours anyway, because sometimes we end up getting mired. As you said, you broke it, you bought it. Venezuela is a country of 28 million people, many of whom are impoverished with out-of-control inflation. We may have just bought ourselves a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, part
the
of
vice president. That's right. Okay, he's the vice president.
You break it, you bought it. The Pottery Barn Rule problem, right?
Fix your fucking mic.
That we got involved with in the Middle East and
holy shit! I'm gonna fly my ass to wherever the fuck this studio is. Fucking jiggle a cable. Fix her shit.
And generational consequences in a region that were eventually going to have blowback throughout that region and maybe even here. But when you're talking about our
Minister
own
of the
hemisphere,
Interior, he's also one
once
who
you
restored
start doing
Chavez in
that
power.
here,
Okay.
I mean, we already
He's always
are
been a puppet master.
incredibly
Okay, thank you for this info.
intertwined in terms of our fates with Central
You're going to be hearing me catch up on Venezuelan history throughout this stream.
Agenda about immigration.
I mean, that's a different scenario, because it's for many reasons that's a different scenario. I wouldn't be stressing too much about Zelensky right now. With that said, if Russia were to succeed in an assassination on Vladimir Zelensky, expect Donald Trump to, pivot more towards Russia, right? Basically saying it's done, it's over, wrap it up. We're cutting you off completely. Like, he is definitely a linchpin, but I don't foresee America participating in a forced regime change kind of scenario. With that said, don't think that there aren't people in Donald Trump's administration that's interested in in some kind of move like that. Rubio is definitely pro-Russian, and none of those motherfuckers would be shedding a tear if Zelensky gets got. But in terms of Donald Trump making it happen, I don't think that's on the table right now. Don could just snatch Zelensky and give him. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible nowadays, but I don't know. For me right now, my personal opinion, I don't really see that happening, at least right now, right? But Donald, if this, like I said before, if this is a success for Donald Trump, he'll get a bunch of crazy fucking ideas in his head. May God curse America. That's long since happened. That should happen in the Bush administration or even before, right? That should happen when Jimmy Carter didn't get a second term.
Is driven at core by conditions in countries, in many cases in Central and South America, that drive migration flows to this country for people who are looking for a better life. Well, if we're going to start invading and removing the presidents of countries in Central and South America, that is going to not exactly be a stabilizing factor in terms of what happens with migration flows, with economic integration, with gangs, with with transnational cartel behavior, with drug flows. Again, like if we felt that the Trump administration was full of the most sober, prudent technocrats in the world, right? If they really were the best and brightest in an unironic sense, this would be an incredible.
The UN punish a country and what start a proceeding to hold them accountable. Holy shit. Yeah, right. Okay. Look, I believe in institutions like the UN, how we need them, but let's not get it twisted about holding dictators accountable, right? They're going to have us, an emergency meeting. They'll talk about it. They'll, maybe sanction oh no, they wouldn't. Here's the thing that might happen though. The bond market is a target for punishment against the United States, sanctions against the United States, which could further destabilize the global trade, right? That Donald Trump has already shaken up with his tariffs. There will be countries that either their hand is going to be forced, like Japan, where they kind of have no choice and they got to dump things, or in the case of China, who has major interests in Venezuela, wanting to retaliate against the United States non-militarily because of this action.
Risky thing to do. But instead,
welcome back, WW86.
It's these guys. And, if you trust the former Fox and Friends weekend host, who's now our defense secretary, to be managing what may be an open-ended commitment here, to manage the fallout from what we have just started and apparently have set the precedent that we're willing to do anywhere. I congratulate you. I don't think a lot of Americans, even Americans who are celebrating the end of Maduro's regime, I don't think a lot of people have a lot of confidence in the Trump administration as it's currently constituted to manage what may be a fairly wild series of consequences here.
And by the way, even if you did have faith, historically, when we've
Americans don't have control over this presidency. And that was the case the moment he was inaugurated, Donald Trump. And, this is why characters like Joe Biden will go down in history as an abject failure. Because Joe Biden had an opportunity to put an attorney general in place. We just heard Jack Smith's testimony. I had him dead to rights, and Merrick Garland allowed Eileen Cannon and a bunch of other Trump-installed sycophants to slow everything down. And then he was Joe Biden expected to get another term because it was his chance. It was his time. Right? Same neoliberal mentality here. But Donald Trump should be sitting in a cell right now. And we just got confirmation that that's 100% factual. So Americans are no longer in control of their country. And, you could argue that happened before Donald Trump's second term. But it was definitely cemented in Donald Trump's second term when Project 2025 said, this is the new emperor. We're going to dismantle any checks and balances against the executive, and we're going to, transform the presidency into a monarchy.
You've gotten involved in regime change. Two things can happen. You can either stabilize a country.
And to the motherfuckers that are like, oh, I'm not American. I'm not. You don't think this shit's going to touch you? You don't think this shit's going to touch you? Get your head out of your ass if that's what you fucking think, okay? I'm not American, not my problem. Actually, no. It's actually your fucking problem as well. Welcome to the reality land. Okay. Don't think for a fucking second that this world, this neoliberal world order getting upended in this way isn't going to affect you, no matter where you live. Okay. This has the potential to transform into World War III, because if the bond market collapses, the currency collapses, the dollar loses the reserve currency status, America only has one card left to play, and they're going to fucking play it. And that's military. Okay. So don't be thinking, you're in the clear, because this is just America and Venezuela. This is America, Venezuela, China, Russia. This is much bigger than just one country. And that's why Donald Trump is such a dangerous person to have in place here, because he doesn't see the world that he sees the world as a big parking lot to put a Trump hotel in. It's extremely dangerous. His worldview, his ignorance towards the geopolitical reality, and China is not going to just sit back and just let this happen. Welcome back, Linux.
In a region through regime change, or you can destabilize it. More often than not, we've destabilized it. Even when sober people are in charge of the operation. You bring up an important point that people have been talking about this, or this administration has been referring to Venezuela as a source of drugs. They did the same thing with Canada. It's not entirely accurate. But more importantly, the immigration issue. Venezuela is so destabilized, if it becomes...
Yeah, homonym, they're not going to make their move until they're ready to take Taiwan. I agree on that level. That, at the very least, though, they're probably right fucking now. They're having meetings. They're having discussions. What's our next play? What do we have? And the bond market is going to be the target, in my opinion. It's going to be the bond market. And when we see China make a move on the bond market, Taiwan better get them cheeks ready.
More destabilized, what it does is it causes, Colombia has seen this, Colombia is moving troops to its border because they're expecting an outflow of asylum seekers and refugees who also try and make it to the United States.
Yeah. And again,
And I'm sorry about the volume here. Velshi's mic is normal. Rachel Maddow's mic is buried 600 feet. It's on its way to China right now. I don't know what the fuck is up. They're not fixing it. I don't know. I don't know who's working over there at MS Now, but their ass should get sanctioned, and the bond market. They should get their bond market destroyed.
What exactly is the rationale here for these actions? I mean, consider Brazil, right? I mean, Brazil had a sort of Trump-ish authoritarian leader in Jair Bolsonaro who tried to pull off the same kind
of Jaboot bot
effort at a coup
that
President Trump tried on January 6th. It didn't succeed. He was prosecuted, and the U.S. has.
I mean, you could sure technically it didn't succeed, but I mean, he got away with it scot-free. In fact, he let all the perpetrators go as well. So I don't think it's fair to call January 6th a failure either.
Has now sanctioned Brazil in punishment for
Monaco and Luxembourg as well as possible.
Yeah,
well, it's on the list, I'm sure.
Overthrow. Now,
Can I build
the
a hotel?
idea is that Venezuela deserved this bombing and invasion and the removal of its president because of an unfair election there, or because of a contested election.
No, I mean, no. The idea that this has anything to do with drugs, it's really interesting because Donald Trump. We're going to get to that. His speech. We're going to get to that next. But he opened up his statement with, "This is about drugs," and then he ended his statement with, "We're going to get the oil." Like the entire attempt to pretext this as protecting Americans is so weak, so flaccid. Even Donald Trump can't hold the lie for more than 6 seconds before he's talking about, I can't wait to get American oil companies in there. Like this, like even it's hard to imagine, but George Bush's pretext was far more convincing, right? He had to do a whole false flag operation with 9/11 to get Americans on, to feel like he had enough mojo to get Americans on board with this. Donald Trump does not give a fuck. He does not give a fuck about what Americans think. He doesn't. I mean, well, that's not true, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't give a fuck if people hate him. He doesn't give a fuck if people puck. He doesn't give a fuck if people think what he's doing is ridiculous. He's got a completely different mindset here, and then you couple that with severe ignorance of the geopolitical situation, surrounding himself with yes men and sycophants, and this is the kind of shit that you get. Now the real question is, does he have the balls to do a full-blown occupation? Because the occupation, if there's a sustained resistance, that's where we're going to see Americans dying by the dozen. Will this turn into a Vietnam? I just don't see that happening. The North Vietnamese were fanatics. They were loyal. They were ready to go. They had a strategy that succeeded in small pockets, and I don't know. I don't know how loyal the Venezuelan military and Venezuelan people are to the Maduro regime. Because as we've seen already, there's a lot of people that are stoked about this. They think this is a great thing, and that does matter. Whether you agree or disagree with them, the fact that there is a lot of public support for overthrowing Maduro, regardless of the justification, that is an important factor here.
Or because of the dictatorial.
Well, Djiboutbot, I mean, the reason the reason might be exactly what I'm talking about. Morale. It's like, I'm not going to die for Maduro. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna do. And that's a big difference between the Venezuelan military and the North Vietnamese army. Those motherfuckers were fanatics. Those guys, surviving on eating lizards and a handful of rice, burying themselves in a little hole, waiting for American GI to walk by so they can cut them down at the ankles. You know what I mean? That's real fanaticism. Is the Venezuelan military bowdy like that? I just don't know. I actually don't know how. Maduro was handing out weapons to his people. We're seeing, mercenaries in the streets, which is apparently a normal occurrence. We're going to get to that clip. So I don't think we have a Vietnam situation here, and that's really bad because if Donald Trump is going to be deterred from doing this in another country, it needs to turn into a quagmire with intense resistance. But if he rolls in there, gives a flaccid pretext, rolls in there, the army surrenders, he captures Maduro day one, the army surrenders a week later, the dude is going to be chomping at the bit for the next one. In fact, if he tries this shit in Mexico, he's going to get more resistance potentially from the goddamn cartels than he would from the Venezuelan military.
Rule of Maduro, well, okay, now do Brazil. Why would we be taking completely opposite takes on these pretextual issues with different South American and Central American countries? How do you have the MS-13 linked president of El Salvador in the U.S.
He tented his fucking
Oval
hands
Office
into an explosion.
With all of the, the pledges of friendship and us sending people from the United States into one of his prisons if the issue is gangs? How do you have the
DC 56120? I don't even see the fucking chats.
Inexplicably by Donald Trump after he put some of Trump's friends on his payroll, after that guy was convicted of smuggling hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. I mean, none of what we have learned, I think, for multiple administrations, for multiple bad foreign policy decisions in our country, is that when the things they are saying are the reasons for their actions are proven to not be the reasons for their actions.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with drugs. I'm not even sure if this has much to do with oil. This might have something to do with fucking Epstein.
You have to ask yourself what it's really for. And in this case, I hope we learn something real about that from this president this hour.
Colonel Jack was talking to me before we started the show, and one of the points that he was making is that when pressuring a country, whether you are wanting to achieve regime change or some sort of stability, there's usually a mix of diplomatic and economic action and perhaps the threat of military action. This has been a very unusual situation. We have 15,000 troops off of the coast of Venezuela. We've got an aircraft carrier strike group. We've got F-35s in Puerto Rico. This is set up to be a very big military action. Now, Marco Rubio says that's probably done with. They've got Maduro, and I don't know whether that means the boat's all turned back. But this has not been... There was more headroom available on the diplomatic front and the economic front. And Donald Trump did say that Maduro was prepared to talk and that they were talking and that there was some...
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite wild how, like, Maduro was just... It was like, yeah, let's make a deal, baby. I'll give you everything you want. And, you know, it's something... It's really something else when, you know, belligerence, how far belligerence can get you when you're the most powerful country on the planet.
Possibility of a surrender. We're not quite sure how this all happened because they're talking about a capture, that they dragged him out of his bedroom. But
yeah, don't give me that we're surrounded by drug trafficker, anti-immigration fucking rhetoric. You think France is what, on the verge of being invaded by brown people? I assume, right? I don't know. I don't buy that shit one bit. Okay, you sound like a fucking either intentional or unintentional propagandist.
You know, there's a way this could have worked out differently.
Yes, absolutely. And again, we don't know the justification for the action overall. We also don't know the justification for these tactics in particular, for this type of action, this type of raid and seizure of that country's leader, the way that we've seen it. And maybe we will get that explanation from the president. We shall see. But I mean, stepping back from this a little bit, Ali, I also think, you know, I'm cognizant of what we have been talking about for the last year since Trump has been back in office, and what type of leader he appears to want to be. And he is not unique. He is not, this is not the first sort of iteration of this type.
You claim you know France, but you make a ridiculous comment like, I know, for example, that in France we are surrounded by drug trafficker. Right, so you don't know a lot about France, because that's not the case. You know, the right wing have been extremely hyperbolic about immigration for the last decade. Yeah, living there a long time doesn't mean shit. We got people living in America their entire fucking life talking about eating the cats and eating the dogs. It doesn't mean jack shit.
Of leader we have seen around the world. And one thing that we know about this type of sort of would-be strongman is that questions of legality and illegality are ones that he that may play differently for him than they would for a non-strongman leader. For example, I think that to the extent that this can be defined in the United States as having been an illegal action, I actually think Trump will see that as a political plus, and he will lean into that. He will not care about, not only will he not care about people saying this is illegal, he'll see that as an asset and he'll want to play that up. I also think that would-be strongmen and authoritarian leaders like to start wars. They like to start wars, I think, both for ego and sense of purpose, but also because they like the expanded powers that war tends to give leaders domestically.
These pussies not even mentioning Epstein as a possibility. You know, corporate media is just fucking disgusting.
At home against their own political opponents.
Even though he says he doesn't. He says that's not his thing, right? He's still jockeying for that Nobel Peace Prize nomination.
Yeah. It's hard to get a Nobel Peace Prize when you're starting wars and invading other countries.
Yeah, he's a liar, and your network is still too afraid to even say the word liar. That's the situation we're in over there at MS Now. Oh, we don't want to seem uncouth. We want to, oh, he makes untruthful statements. That's the most you'll get from these goddamn idiots over there at fucking MS Now.
But, I suppose if anybody thinks he can do it, it's probably President Trump.
One of the things that David Rode, who's with us this morning, was pointing out is that it's not clear yet, but it does seem like congressional authorization was not sought for this action. But that's par for the course, to your point, right? Donald Trump, if he thinks the law is in his way as it relates to military action, Congress is where that law is, where you bump up against that law. So he may not be as troubled by it. But this morning, we're hearing from members of Congress, we'll have some on the show, and from members of the Senate from both parties who feel that the bombing of those boats off of Venezuela was illegal, and that this may itself be illegal. That used to be relevant. That used to be a big conversation that would occupy a lot of our
MSNBC
thought. Seems to just play a smaller role these days.
Yeah, two things. One is that I think a lot of previous presidents have broken those rules, and so we inherit from President George H.W. Bush and Panama, right? Like we
How about you say the word
from
Obama?
George W. Bush
Howard.
in terms of his invasion, right? We inherit.
Wait, did she just say Obama while I was calling her a coward?
We inherit from George W. Bush in terms of his invasion, right? We inherit a presidential sense of entitlement around war powers that is totally unjustified by the Constitution.
Doesn't use the
what I
word
wrote my
Obama,
first
of
book
course
about. But it's something that's been eroding for a long time, this idea that Congress controls whether or not we go to war. And
yeah, I mean,
I
the last
sincerely
time
hope
a war
that in
was
my
officially
lifetime we will
declared
get
was
back
that
to the founders' vision
Vietnam?
of who's supposed to declare war and how we're supposed to do it. But
It's a joke.
Donald Trump won't be the one to have broken
It's been an
that.
emergency
But on a
action
second
ever
point,
since.
Ali, I really feel like what we've seen with the boat strikes and what we've seen with the president's domestic agenda is that if he had a choice to do this
Welcome back,
within the
Swims
law,
and Wales. Good to see you.
or a choice to do it blatantly flouting the law, he would choose the latter. Because I think he thinks that makes him seem strong, and because I think he thinks that essentially doesn't just
separating,
break the law in sense of violating the law. It breaks the law in terms of its ability to constrain him in the future. And I think that this president does not feel bound by the laws established by the United States Congress, nor does he particularly feel bound by
I didn't
the
get a
rulings
chance
of
for a
most
shower
US
today.
courts.
It's been
and so
I've
I
been
think
running
that he'll
errands
see
like crazy all
illegality in
morning.
this case as a
Rushing
plus.
to get back here to do this.
And he will hope that the debate domestically about what he's just done is about the constitutionality of his actions, because I think he'd proudly proclaim that he's acting outside the Constitution and hope to turn that to political capital.
Yeah, there was literally not a single negative ramification for Obama or Bush for their unconstitutional actions. In fact, Obama, the constitutional lawyer, destroyed habeas corpus, which I know wasn't in the Constitution, but it's just, This is why neoliberalism is so fucking dangerous. How I talk about neoliberalism opens the door for fascism.
In a sort of strongman narrative that he's so obviously enamored of in this second term.
Right. Okay. Thank you, MS Now. Fucking MS Now over here. All right. Let's turn this into my beat. My beat video. Got to have some fucking beats. Real quick before I get into my stored comments here, because I got a bunch of stuff in the Discord we could talk about. Let's just get the latest here from YouTube. Yeah, Director Brennan. Yeah, let's ask him about the U.S. invasion, please. Let's ask this ex-CIA motherfucker what he thinks about the situation. And but let's not call him out for the crimes that he's committed. Hey, you're tubing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You got Zoran Mamdani stuff still in here. God, Dave fucking won. Yeah, we got Democrats saying bad. This is bad. Yeah, news at 11. This is bad, but please don't mention Barack Obama, who, if this was Barack Obama, we'd be cheering it on. Right. Detained several Americans. Okay, so we got Venezuela taking taking some Americans, arresting some
Venezuelan
Americans.
security forces have detained at least 5 Americans. The details about those captured in recent months have not been released. Trump administration officials believe Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro may be trying to build leverage as the U.S. steps up its pressure campaign.
Yeah.
With us now, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and CNN senior military analyst, Admiral James Stavridis. He's also a partner at the Carlyle Group and
So once again, like these corporate media, they immediately go towards the fucking neoliberal think tanks for their opinion. I mean, it's almost directly, CIA, military industrial complex mouthpieces. Not a single analyst outside of that bubble. So fucking sick of it.
international investment firm, and he served
Because they're biased, they're political in their own way. It just depends on who's sitting in the chair.
as commander of U.S. Southern Command as well. Admiral, I wonder what you think about this.
Tony, you're 100%
They
correct.
appear to have been detaining Americans, and it
Snowmo,
sounds like
bro,
the
bro, bro.
circumstances
Please
vary.
pass that shit.
Some possibly involved in some kind of
Marculus,
drug-related
welcome
interactions here, but nonetheless, detaining them as Maduro is signaling a willingness to negotiate. What kind of leverage does that give him?
It gives him a fair amount of leverage, but certainly not something I believe the Trump administration is going to run away from. Let's
Most
face it,
likely
this kind of
stoned. Oh, I
activity
see.
we see
Very
over
nice.
and over again, notably in Russia.
Yeah, I picked a great fucking year to be sober. I picked a great year. It's just so great that I'm stone cold sober and not smoking weed right now. I love it, dude. It's not like I'm having literally dreams about smoking weed. I had another dream about smoking weed last night. Jesus Christ, I miss it.
I think of the Griner case where a WNBA basketball star is held on trumped up charges. We see it in Iran, where typically Iranian Americans get rounded up. It's a well-known
cigarettes.
playbook
Fuck
in the
nicotine.
authoritarian state. So
Worse
I
than
think
heroin.
Nicolas Maduro is making a mistake here. My own read of the Trump administration is they're not going to back down because he holds a handful of Americans. Final
That's
thought
true.
here, Brianna.
That's true.
The logical question would be, well, what are we going to do about it? And the answer is all of our military contingency plans have annexes to both operation plan, contingency plan, to do everything we can to safeguard, extract Americans if necessary. Again, we've seen this playbook run before. I
Damn.
think we'll be well prepared to
Blase's got the
respond
right
to it.
idea.
As he's signaling a willingness to negotiate, he's offering to do more to combat drug trafficking.
I mean, look, what are we talking about Maduro's leverage here? I guess, just in the context that he doesn't have any, because, Donald Trump isn't going to listen to a goddamn thing. Unless Maduro's got a nuclear football or something, Donald Trump isn't listening.
And access to Venezuelan oil. How are you reading this overture from him?
I would say it indicates that the pressure campaign the Trump administration began, I think, in earnest about 6 months ago, but increasing with the strikes on the drug boats, then moving to the confiscation of illegal oil being shipped out of Venezuela. Now the most recent reports of strikes on the shore of Venezuela. I think, in essence, we've gotten his attention, and now he's looking for an exit. And his idea of an exit would be, on the one hand, to conduct the kind of negotiations you correctly point out, particularly about commercial opportunity, about a willingness to concede some level of democratic oversight in the country. But on the other hand, as we started the conversation, he's grabbing up American citizens, thinking he can have some bargaining chips to play.
He's not saying, oh, yes, I'm going to step aside, right? There's a lot of discussion about the Trump administration here actually desiring regime change, and that this certainly isn't just about drug trafficking. What about the possibilities of the U.S., having some kind of interaction and it becoming perhaps more clear if that is the goal? How is that going to play out if the goal really is regime change? And could there be unintended consequences of that?
there can always be unintended consequences anytime there's a regime change. And we know that from bitter experience over the last 20 years in the forever wars. Regime changed in Libya when Gaddafi was overthrown. Regime change in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was overthrown. Regime change in Syria when Bashar al-Assad was overthrown. Sometimes the consequences come out better. Syria may come out well. Sometimes the nations descend into real chaos the way Libya has. The point is, as you are engaging in regime change as a government, you need to understand the outcome can be very unpredictable. Here in Venezuela, my own read, you'll get differing opinions on this, but my own read, having been a commander of Southern Command and lived, studied, traveled through the regime for decades, I think the Venezuelan people are not going to descend into chaos. I think there's a lawfully elected government led by a man named Edmund Gonzalez, the Nobel Peace Laureate, Maria Mercado, has a following.
Right. So here we go. So this is the problem with going to neoliberals. They're the so-called democratic neoliberal institution is actually pro-regime change in Venezuela. This motherfucker bringing up the Trump sycophant who just won the Nobel Peace Prize, totally political, totally fucking political. This woman, eager to be a puppet for the West, talking about how basically trying to sell us the regime change while also criticizing Donald Trump. This is the problem with the neoliberal establishment, fucking writ large, right here, displayed in fucking 10K, right in front of us, on CNN, corporate news CNN over here. But this motherfucker, like I said, these guys are pro-regime change. Obama was into this. Like didn't Obama try? He had his puppet ready to go. Corporate media was saying, this is the new president. This is the new president. And then it didn't work out, and then they had to bring the guy back. If I remember correctly, they successfully kidnapped him, and then they had to bring the fucking guy back after the people stormed the Capitol. So that's the problem with going to these ex-military military industrial complex mouthpieces, ex-CIA motherfuckers. This is what we get, right? Well, it's could be a good thing actually.
There are the bones of a democratic regime coming in behind Nicolas Maduro.
Right. So that's how you frame installing a puppet.
The real point here is, can Team Trump put enough pressure on Maduro, offer him an exit, maybe to Cuba, maybe to Russia?
John Axel, thank you.
And final thing to consider, Brianna, it may well be not Maduro making the decision to go, but those around him, the generals in particular, who say, hey, Nicolas, vaya con Dios, time for you to go.
Yeah,
right. Which is something these spooks have been demanding for quite some time. And no, I'm not using that in the racially charged way.
See what the Venezuelan military obviously is going to have a vote here, so we'll see. Admiral Stavridis, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for spreading
Venezuela's
propaganda.
president says his country is willing to hold serious talks with the U.S. about drug trafficking and other issues. Nicolas Maduro told a Spanish journalist he would welcome U.S. investment in Venezuela if natural resources are what the Trump administration is after. Well, a U.S. official says Venezuela has detained at least 5 Americans in recent months. That official says people are in the Trump administration believe Maduro
forces the law worldwide. Yeah, but that works both ways. A lot of people who say that are American exceptionalists who think we get to push our weight around and there's no ramifications. America economically is incredibly vulnerable right now. And this move angers China. Don't think China isn't going to retaliate one way or another. It might not be with a bomb. You don't need, that's the thing about economics, right? You don't need weapons to bring a country to its knees.
Is holding them for leverage against the U.S. amid the rising tensions. Well, CNN's Sean Lingus joins us now from Washington. Sean, good to have you with us. So at least 5 U.S. citizens detained in Venezuela.
This fucking guy looks like a Fed. I don't know who this fucking guy is, but he looks like he gets his fucking talking points from the goddamn Pentagon.
We are hearing that
Apparently
the
just a CNN reporter, huh? Yeah, okay, sure.
US believes they're being held as leverage. What more do we know about their cases?
Right, Linda, we're starting to learn a little bit more. We've been making calls these last 2 days here in Washington, and I talked to the aunt of one of the Americans that we believe is in that category of being detained recently. And she's been frustrated by her inability to get through to the U.S. government. This is a 28-year-old man. He's from New York, and he was traveling in Latin America and didn't appear to commit any crime of any sort, but did enter Venezuela. And that last his family heard from him was on December 8th. So it's been nearly a month. So that's one example. The other examples aren't quite clear yet, but we know that Maduro has a history of doing this, and as do other authoritarian leaders in Russia and Iran, where they can use detained citizens of Western countries as pawns in regional standoffs. But this obviously comes against an enormous amount of tension between the U.S. and Venezuela. That video you played of Nicolas Maduro saying he'd be open to talking was extraordinary because it came the week in which U.S. the military conducted multiple strikes on boats in the Caribbean, and following a CIA drone strike on a facility in Venezuela. So his rhetoric doesn't seem to match the reality of what's been going on the ground. And now the families of these detained Americans fear that they're going to be caught up in this geopolitical standoff, Linda.
So Sean, Maduro in that video says he's willing to speak to U.S. officials. Is there any sense that the U.S. is willing to open up dialogue?
Look, I think President Trump has shown willingness to try to talk to anyone about this kind of thing. He's certainly one who likes to engage directly with leaders, so I don't think that's out of the question. It's just a question of how and to what end.
I mean, that is, yeah, sure. I guess, technically that's true. Donald Trump will talk to, he'll talk to any evil villain about anything, really, especially if you give him a gold bauble.
The Trump administration has not, has denied that it explicitly wants regime change, but it has certainly twisted a lot of the levers that could lead to that. So we're left with that. There seem to be some back channel.
Right. Thanks, Spooky. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of kidding. Let's see what Kyle has to say. He's going to play some clips.
President Trump says the U.S. has captured President Maduro and trial over mucked up charges. But there has been a massive bombing raid in the capital of Venezuela, Caracas. And the fallout from this is absolutely terrifying and chaotic.
No problem, strategy.
And needless to say, the U.S. is trampling all over international law. This stuff is incredibly bizarre, incredibly extreme. I wish I was wrong. I was warning you for the longest time that regime change in Venezuela is coming, and everything I said has now come to pass. Again, I wish I was dead wrong, but of course I was right. And I think back to all the times I was arguing with people on Twitter during the campaign saying Trump is a psychotic, massive warmonger. And everybody in MAGA would say, no, he's the pro-peace ticket. Him and J.D. Vance are the pro-peace ticket. They're the ones who are against wars. Well, here we are again, and it's worse than honestly anybody, including myself, could have imagined. All right, so let's start with this here. The last 12 hours have been absolutely insane. At 10:30 p.m. last night, Chinese officials arrive in Venezuela to meet with President Maduro. So Chinese officials were there when this attack happened. At 1:15 a.m., unexpected airstrikes in Venezuela begin. At 2:40 a.m., President Trump confirms he has ordered the strikes. At 4:20 a.m., President Trump says the U.S. has captured President Maduro and his wife. By the way, let's be clear. It's not captured. That sounds like official and legal.
It's kidnapped.
It's kidnapped and abducted is what happened here. At 7:25 a.m., President Maduro and his wife are indicted in the Southern District of New York. Now, look, I'm going to point this out multiple times here, but the fact of the matter is they don't have the evidence to convict him on anything. Also, just the idea you can kidnap the president of a sovereign, independent country, bring them to your judicial system and try them. By that logic, can Iran kidnap and arrest Trump?
No, look, if this is like baby's first, geopolitical event for some folks here, none of this is normal. None of this is legal. It's well outside the bounds of normality. It's pretty wild that China was there.
Can China kidnap and arrest Trump and bring him there and indict him on something or lock him up or find him guilty?
What the fuck does train wrecks have to do with any of this?
Are there actually going to be trials?
I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with pulling slots and being creepy towards women, so I'm not quite sure what train wrecks has to do with any of this.
I don't know, because he would almost certainly get off in that scenario. So is it going to be show trials? Is it going to be some bullshit military tribunal? So many unanswered questions now. This stuff is incredibly extreme. We're in uncharted territory with this stuff, man. We really are. All right. So Trump said, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So I kid you not when I say this motherfucker wouldn't even stop golfing for this.
Trick your mouth.
He continued golfing in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
And he says, well, I don't even need the situation room.
No, I mean that's really something else. That he's just like, he's doing this from Mar-a-Lago, he's doing this from the golf course. He thinks he thinks this is this is just easy peasy in and out. Of course, that's how it's being sold to him. Okay, I want to see what this fucking speech is here. Oh my God. Really? Okay. Speaks for about 20 minutes. Cuts it over to the general, then speaks. Jesus Christ. This motherfucker never shuts up. Can we get the highlights? Joe Biden and everyone hates me and all my grievances and everything. Ramble. Just get to the fucking point, you fucking Alzheimer's pedophile.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. And we appreciate you being here.
It literally sounds like he's on his deathbed.
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since...
Going to 1.25, folks.
World War II.
Lie.
It was a
this is no shock and awe, okay? It's like fart and nap.
Force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence.
I love it. I love how they just, this entire administration just assumes that saying it makes it real.
American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently.
Okay, the first two attacks turned into quagmires, and Iran's nuclear facilities physically were destroyed, but none of the actual nuclear material was destroyed. Massive victory. Yeah, you easily take that shit to some other location and can make a fucking nuke within months.
In an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done.
Wrong.
No
Lie.
nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement.
Lie. Military's running around, hasn't declared surrender at all. And there's not a single American boot on the ground, I don't think. I know CIA's there.
Successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off.
due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice.
Right.
Maduro and
Because
Flores.
that's how it works, right? You kidnap somebody, bring them in, and then you can do a kangaroo court. I mean, Russia fucking smiling ear to ear over here.
Have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence.
God.
You rarely
the
see anything
language.
like it. You've seen some
The
raids in
fucking
this country
language.
that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again. Like
Yeah, when Republicans do it, it's a brilliant, executed, competent strike. When the left does it, the so-called left, the corporate neoliberal left does it, it's an embarrassment. They've all been embarrassments, including Vietnam, including Desert Storm. They've all been unnecessary, expensive, incredibly expensive, not only in resources but in lives, waste of time, opportunities for the military-industrial complex to sharpen its knives. But did they achieve the stated goals of spreading democracy or securing something or other? No.
maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, we were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed. And
so we have not taken Venezuela yet. The military has not surrendered. We have kidnapped a president, a corrupt president. That's what we've achieved so far. And by the way, Barack Obama, I believe it was Barack Obama, did the same goddamn thing. They just brought him back when shit got out of hand, when it was clear that that wasn't enough to do it, and there was no nutsack. Might have been Trump in his first term. I'm getting things mixed up a little bit, but we've already kidnapped Venezuela. I think it was Hugo Chavez that we kidnapped, or someone. So no, we have not taken Venezuela yet. Okay, this is not. We're not anywhere close to an occupation yet.
very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many
So there was no resistance. Okay.
planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United
so
States
there was no
military is
resistance.
the strongest. And
I
most
mean, that tells me that Maduro had a very small team of people around him, and the moment shit got real, they didn't even decide to fire back. So the people closest to Maduro, who was charged with securing Maduro, keeping him safe, didn't even put up resistance.
military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that.
Shut up.
Even if you just look at the boats, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea.
Yeah, you've blown up some dinghies from 3 million miles up in the sky. They don't even know they're there. The only sound they hear is their fucking body exploding right before it reaches their earlobes. Right? It's like, oh, it's so amazing, so amazing. None of these boats are even equipped for war.
90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%.
Lies.
And those drugs
right? Because, he is once again lying that every boat has drugs. So 2,500 people, fentanyl. The drugs, first of all, the boats are not even on their way to the United States. They're on their way to the UK if they are containing drugs. A majority of the drugs that are killing Americans is coming from Mexico. It's just literally lie after lie after lie.
From a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Doesn't exist. Judicious? Forced regime change is somehow going to be judicious? It's straight up invasion, occupation.
Judicious, because that's what we're all about.
Yeah, that's what we're
we
all
want
about,
peace,
you fucking
liberty,
prick.
and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you, because there's clips of Venezuelans here in America who were apparently exodused by Maduro, kicked out of their country, celebrating this. Meanwhile, Bovino, Ice, Tom Hooman, and Stephen Miller licking their chops that there's another group of brown people that they can forcibly remove back to Venezuela. These motherfuckers have no idea what's about to hit them. ICE about to be knocking on their door. Okay, your voluntary migration is here.
And we can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time
Proper
as we're going to run it,
transition.
essentially, until
Hand-picked American puppet, pro-West puppet, who doesn't give a shit about their people, going to be installed as a dictator, immediately hand over everything to the United States, and pocket the rest. Meanwhile, people starving, no schools, no help, no food. That's what's going to happen.
Such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping.
Thanks, guys.
And what could have taken place. We're going to have our very
from my
large
sack.
United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to
you're going to need to
do a
do
second
so.
wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States.
And that's so, if that's true, it's terrible. It's terrible. Because he's like, well, we can just do the same thing in Mexico. We can do the same thing in Greenland. And then, like, God help us if somehow that's a success. Because Canada's next.
States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish. Will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many people,
6 people in Venezuela
from Venezuela
rich.
that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the...
I don't know how true this is, but Maduro was no princess, right? Criminal crook, just like Chavez.
Indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our...
Made up. Cartel de las Solas is like literally Cartel the Cartel or something. Doesn't exist. They literally made it up out of whole cloth and declared Maduro to be the head of. Total lie.
Nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law.
Well-known nihilism supporter.
And I've
abandoned
seen
nihilism.
I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place.
Yeah,
For
simply
many years
Steve,
after his
I'm right there with you.
term as president of
Picked
Venezuela
a great fucking
expired,
time
Maduro
to be sober.
remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United
And the Trump administration gives a fuck about human suffering.
States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And
No, I mean, look, Tren de Aragua exists. Does Maduro is he like the head of that? No, of course not.
Indeed, they were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers of people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate.
I mean, you could look at it that way, Bulletproof, right? That it was a successful kidnapping. A W? I mean, this is like saying, Fallujah, the Battle of Fallujah was a W because, America technically won that battle, right? It's like, it's not a W. It's the start of something that could turn into a goddamn nightmare. So, yeah, no. But it will be, unless you're Steve Bannon, apparently, it will be broadcast. It will be delivered to us by the conservative right as a W.
Our military, Pete,
what's the
and everybody
baseline?
in our National Guard.
Chaos.
Because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe
the drugs are going to
city,
keep
where
flowing.
it was one
You
of the
bet
most
they are.
unsafe cities anywhere in the world.
I mean, we're talking about fentanyl here, which is used in the medical industry. I mean, for a myriad of things, including pregnancies. They're not giving these women, when they need it, when they're screaming in agony, they're not giving them Tylenol.
Exactly. And now we have no
Baseline
crime in
is killing
Washington,
civilians.
D.C.
Oh, I see.
We haven't had
Welcome back,
killing. We
Maddie.
had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat. But we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore.
Lie.
The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to
Lies.
restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C.
Fucking lies.
So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know. And
dictators all over are loving this. America used to be, different. At the very least, we would posture differently. This is open regime change, possibly for oil. There's a myriad of reasons here, and all of them could be true at the same time, right? Epstein, oil, this making him look like a big man. Like all of these things can be true at the same time.
In Memphis, Tennessee, right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%.
Yeah, guys, Canadians.
And the governor of
Canadians
Louisiana
are in the
called,
crosshair.
great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks.
Okay, thank you, Donnie. Fuck some kids, Trump. Let's get back to Kyle.
I'm not going to be in a bunker or anything like that. I'm going to watch this shit from here, and I'll do a press conference from here and then still make my tea time. That's how insane this stuff is. All right, more. Mike Lee says, just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the U.S., and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. What? This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Thanks, Secretary Rubio, for keeping me apprised. Okay, this guy thinks you're stupid. This is insulting the intelligence of the American people. What he's saying is, in the midst of us illegally and offensively attacking another country, they had to do self-defense because there maybe were going to be retaliatory attacks to our offensive and aggressive attack. He's saying that somehow counts as self-defense. Because, you know, if a guy walks up to you in a bar with a knife and a broken bottle and tries to stab you to death, and then that person fights back, that's actually the person who started it with the knife and the bottle. That's him acting in
Cool your jets a little bit, Gaius. I don't want to see you get kicked off.
self-defense somehow. This is like, I mean, I'm at a loss for words with how absurd this is.
Go take a walk if you need to. Keep that shit to yourself, all right? Jeff Bezos doesn't appreciate it.
This is, you know, a Republican senator, along with almost all the others we're about to see, just totally cucking themselves and saying, we don't care about the fact that under the Constitution, we're the body that's responsible for war. We're just going to farm this out to our emperor, overlord, warlord, God King, Donald Trump, and let him make all the decisions in the world, even though he's allegedly dealing with Alzheimer's now, and he's a fredophile grapist. Okay? So this is just insanely.
He uses those terms because YouTube's algorithm is incredibly strict against people who use the word pedophile and rapist.
Out there. All right, more. Pam Bondi says, Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco...
Bulletproof, this is not about, you know, this is not about the fact that Maduro was a bastard. There's plenty of fucking bastards. In fact, Donald Trump just pardoned one. Okay? This isn't about the fact that Maduro is a bastard. This is about setting precedent for sovereignty. Okay?
Terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices. What?
Gaius, this is your last warning. I'm going to give you a 10-minute timeout. You keep this up. Take a fucking walk, take a powder, smoke a joint, and come back in 10 minutes. Don't make me force this on you, all right? Cool your fucking jets. I'm doing this for your own good.
And conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil and American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers.
Right, bulletproof. Those people do not represent the entire Venezuelan population. But there's no doubt about it. Maduro was not, you know, he was another Chavez. He was another corrupt bastard filling his fucking pockets. So was Saddam Hussein, and that turned into fucking chaos. Okay?
So like I said, there's literally no evidence of any of this stuff, and this stuff
Well, I guess we're going to have to see, bulletproof, if that's the case. Because, yeah, they might, you know, and even if they might be celebrating and they are the majority, sure, let's say those things are true, that does not mean that this won't turn into massive chaos. Now, you know, they have puppets ready. Like I said, America has already attempted this at least once, I think twice, with, you know, just taking out the president, feeling confident that the military and the people were going to, you know, allow this forced regime change to happen. God help us all if that's the case. If this doesn't turn into a quagmire and it's, you know, and Donald Trump is able to come out of this looking squeaky clean, looking presidential, looking, you know, strong. He's threatening Mexico next.
Will fail if there's a fair trial. So that begs the question, is there even going to be a trial?
Yeah,
and if there is going to be a trial, is it going to be a show trial?
But it's okay if it's same as the old boss, corrupt and stuffing their pockets, and this is what the puppets know. As long as they're letting America rape their country, they can participate. You know, that's what Gaddafi was all about, right? He was like, you know, super America friendly, crushing on Condoleezza Rice, right? Wanting to bang Condoleezza Rice. And he thought it was all gravy, right? He thought he can just continue to be corrupt as long as he was Western friendly. How well did that work out for him?
And again, by this logic, can China arrest Trump? Can Iran arrest Trump and just
still
charge
doing
him
that shit
under
on
their
Kick?
laws?
Really?
This is like, this should be insulting to the intelligence of anybody who even has a basic understanding of geopolitics and international affairs and international law and U.S. law for that matter. I mean, this is so out there, man.
No, so my account is still active on Kick. It has something to do with Restream having some kind of issue with Kick. I'm going to try to fix it in the background here. I'll try to re-add the account. But yeah, they don't give a shit. Kick doesn't give a shit. You can run over a person with your fucking car and Kick's not going to give a shit or barely give a shit. So no, I haven't been kicked off Kick, unfortunately. That would really be quite a badge of honor, but No, I'm still active on Kick. My account is, at least, but it's something to do with Restream.
All right, let me give you some more. So here, now we finally get to the actual bombings. Take a look at this. This is insane. So imagine being in a bar in Caracas, you know, on a weekend night, and then all of a sudden it turns into, you know, it turns into hell around you. All you hear is endless explosions. You look in different directions and you see things blowing up. Horrifying. By the way, you're about to see so many different targets were attacked. So many targets were attacked. And we don't even know what most of the targets were. We do know one of them. And I'll talk.
Something's up with Kick and Restream or something like that. Because yeah, I just re-added the account, and it keeps like streaming and then cutting off and streaming and cutting off. So it's some technical issue, but that's okay. Kick, you know, Kick is only worth a damn if you need to masturbate or gamble. So
talk about that in a second. But this is like, there's no way.
Welcome back, German.
These
cow.
are all military targets that were being very careful to only get military people and not civilians. No, this government truly does not give a shit about innocent civilians, which is why they've killed over 100 of them in the Caribbean, right? They've been bombing fishing boats like nobody's business. They bombed Iran. They bombed Somalia. They bombed Yemen. They bombed Nigeria the other day and hit an innocent village. They don't care. This is all about the macho man show of force is what they're doing here. This isn't like some highfalutin fucking James Bond style. We're just getting all the actual bad guys, bro, and we're sure of it. We used our satellite from 1,000 miles away and zoomed in enough to see a fucking penny on the ground, and we knew it was the bad guy. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. All right, here we go. Jesus Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. I mean, how many innocents were in, you know, Hugo Chavez's mausoleum or whatever? Yeah, I guess so, Woke Patriot. With no like subtlety whatsoever. Like, I've talked to American oil companies. We're gonna install American oil companies. It's gonna be great. We're gonna make a lot of money. Meanwhile, literally, the price of gas went up 50 cents or 60 cents actually from yesterday to today. But you know, who knows? Yeah, strategy kicks a fucking mess. Long live Pinochet. Yeah, no, fuck Pinochet. Brutal dictator. Killed hundreds of thousands of people. Never forget what he did to that poet in that soccer stadium, Pinochet. Disgusting.
Ahí, graba ahí.
Wow. You don't even see him dropping. Like they're dropping so fast, you don't even see him.
Pues llámame mamá. Vamos bien, Miche. Vamos bien. Mira, mamá, güey, ¿cómo se está portando? Mamá, huevo. Uf. Ay, mamá, huevo.
And look, if this is like if this does happen, the military surrenders, the puppets installed, it won't be more than 10 minutes goes by before CNN and MSNBC basically start agreeing with this action, because like I said, the corporate neoliberal establishment has wanted regime change in Venezuela for decades. Yeah, Woke Patriot, he sure does. Work there, how come it won't work there, huh? I mean, come on. Just drop a few bombs and then they do it they do what we say. So no resistance whatsoever, no anti-air from the military, from the Venezuelan military. It's not a good sign, folks. Because the worst case scenario is this is a success.
Imagine being dumb enough to fall for the right-wing slop argument that That's the sound of freedom. They're bringing freedom and justice to Venezuela. No, everybody knows now, like, we are the gangsters. We are the baddies. We are the thugs. We're being led by a pedophile, rapist, war criminal who allegedly has early Alzheimer's. And he's trying to distract from the fact that he's implicated in a billionaire pedophile cabal theory with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, what's happening here is absolutely disturbing, man.
Best friend.
It's really hard to wrap your mind around how bad it is. So Max Blumenthal says Venezuela's capital is now under
Max Blumenthal, by the way, Russian shill.
attack by the U.S. regime, no authorization from Congress, no popular American support, just another terrorist war for oil, plunder, and imperial control initiated with shock and awe. By the way, more on that later, because it absolutely is about the oil, and it's not me saying it, it's not Max saying it, it is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, saying
Gray Zone, the entire Gray Zone news operation is a image laundering operation for Vladimir Putin and the fucking Moscow government.
Exactly
Government
that.
in Moscow.
All right, more. This one is, you can see a road that was bombed and drivers having to go around it. Here we go.
No, Gaius, not a single protest, no. Driving around, you'd think, no, I mean, like, it was crazy. I was listening to NPR, in the radio, and they're like, okay, coverage of this is over. And then they cut to some, like, documentary about some guy's movie about adolescent boys. Not in a pedophilic way, but it was just like, hello, the fucking NPR, really? We're just cut back to normal programming, huh? Okay. The bond market, that's where Europe is going to look to. The bond, you might see sanctions. We're going to see an emergency security council meeting. UN, the UN will come out and wag their finger at this.
Incredible. All right, this one's crazy because this is the most up-close video I've seen yet.
So the video of that white vehicle being attacked those people were not representatives of the Venezuelan government. I put this in the Discord, but that video of those people getting attacked, those people, according to a commenter, he says, as a Venezuelan, those are collectivos. They're nothing new. Every time Venezuela has an election or there are mass protests like the ones in 2017 or 2019, criminals of specific gangs start repressing, killing, or kidnapping civilians. Right now, and like in the past, they patrol the streets and detain people they suspect of wanting to protest. So maybe this does have to do with the Maduro regime, the Maduro government. Caracas right now is under an unannounced curfew, and anyone who's out in the streets is suspect. The video that I'm referencing, by the way, is this one, unless Reddit has censored it. But we see, armed men, not in official fatigues, accosting and then immediately opening fire. All right, we don't see what happened to that vehicle. More than likely, the person in that vehicle's dead. Hard to survive that. Those people are probably going to, pull the bodies out of the car and get the car out of the way, most likely. But this is apparently a pretty common occurrence in Venezuela. So yeah, sorry. It looks like maybe bulletproof is collectivos or brown shirts. Yeah. One fucking tank. Right. Imagine being the idiots in that fucking thing. Yeah, some Venezuelans are okay with that. Some. I'm not, you can't speak in generalities here, but it's like I said before, and this is what I was talking about earlier before this all happened. There's a good chance that this could just, the new puppet could be installed, and then it's right back, back to where we were, except the person is now West friendly. Protests in Times Square, but Venezuelans protesting the Venezuelan takeover. Status quo, or what? They're in Venezuela. Status quo is in Venezuela. No shit. Yeah, banker. They should be. Is that true? I don't have a fucking Twitter account anymore. Well, I guess I technically do, but I don't even log into it and use it. Okay, no, so this is in America, and they're covering the regime change. Good for them. We will be checking in on status quo throughout the day.
Of the bombing in Caracas. Here we go.
Yeah, Djibouti. Yeah, that's what it appears to me.
Jesus Christ.
No resistance, no deaths, nothing
I mean,
shot down.
that's less than 100 yards away from them.
No deaths.
That's like
of
60,
American
70 yards
troops,
away. Can you imagine this is your neighborhood, this is your family? Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Breaking. U.S. forces have struck Higuerote Airport east of Caracas. So they're hitting the airports now. The airports.
Standard procedure.
Oh, my God.
It's probably some fuel tank or something blowing up.
All right, then we also have this. Reports say the U.S. bombed Cuartel de la Montaña, where Hugo Chávez's remains rest, their former president. If true, that's not a military necessity. It's symbolic violence.
Well, airports, maybe ammo, maybe, but airports also have a lot of fuel. Airports contain all kinds of explosive material. We've seen military strikes on military targets, and ammo and stuff going up. So, just because an airport is having secondary explosions doesn't mean that there was ammo being stored there. But we who knows what the real truth is.
It's signaling regime change intent, humiliating national memory, and telling Venezuelans no symbol is off limits. This is like when ISIS decides to destroy 1,000-year-old remnants.
No, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with Kyle on this one here. Fuck Hugo Chavez, right? Like, it's disgusting that America did this, but this is not the same as ISIS blowing up ancient Sumerian statues and things like that. It's not the same. Fuck Hugo Chavez.
From a previous age, right? Old art from way back in the day. Old sculptures. This is like when ISIS does that. This is like when Israel does that and bombs, historic mosques.
I mean, it is interesting that it was considered, Donald Trump approved it as an official target and they went after it, right? That is kind of interesting. But this is not the same as, like what Kyle is saying here, this is not the same as that.
That's what this is. So tell me again who the bad guys are here. Tell me again what the intent is. God, there's no way you can spin this to try to make it sound like we're the good guys. All right, multiple Venezuelan officials are assassinated within the first minute of the start of the invasion. Venezuelan defense minister is allegedly on the list, whose house was bombed along with his family and neighbors. This is the same tactic used by Israel on June 13th on those attacks in Iran.
Yeah,
now,
anybody
here's
loyal
the thing,
to
though.
Maduro.
We now have reports that the VP is still alive, and the defense minister is still alive. So we have some conflicting reports here. I don't doubt that Trump was trying to do a similar thing to what Israel did, but there's every reason to believe right now that it didn't actually work, and they only got Maduro. Which, again, begs the question, was there maybe some sort of a deal that was cut, where instead of having, the opposition leader take control of Venezuela illegally, Trump agreed to, we'll have the VP run it as long as you let U.S. billionaires and U.S. corporations plunder and steal all of your natural resources. We don't know. All we have now is speculation in this moment, but there's a lot of weird stuff going on, man. The fact that the VP is still around, the fact that the defense minister is still there, it's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre thing. So it's either extreme incompetence or some sort of a deal was cut. But let's continue. So here we have,
I don't know what the status is of the Chinese delegation that was there before
a bunch
the invasion.
of civilians have now flooded the streets in defense of Venezuela and their sovereignty.
Right.
So let's go ahead.
So this is what, here we go, bulletproof, right? It's not all Venezuelans agree with this. And we saw this the last time a regime change attempt was made.
Listen, they're singing out there. Take a look.
Yeah, we let Iraq and Afghanistan happen for 20 years plus. We're not going to be tripping about Venezuela.
So, needless to say, the people of Venezuela, there's going to be so much information warfare. There's going to be so many psyops happening within the next day, weeks, months. And they're going to try to make it seem like, oh, everybody in Venezuela is actually really happy, bro. They're actually celebrating in the streets, man. Like, I promise. Meanwhile, you can cut to video that they
30% of the voting population is MAGA. So they're a minority of a minority. But the comparison between Chavists and MAGA, I don't know how accurate that is. We'll see. We'll see. But there's no way in hell I'm going to be comfortable saying all Venezuelans agree with this. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay, they both wear red hats. What the fuck are you? What, you know? Come on, man. Slow your roll.
took back when Saddam Hussein was overthrown in Iraq. And are there some people who are like, yeah, this is awesome, this is great. And then what happened? And then what happened? Today, everybody acknowledges, oh, obviously overthrowing Saddam Hussein in Iraq was like the dumbest thing ever fucking done ever, and was a colossal disaster across the board, and we had no right to do it, and he didn't have weapons of mass destruction, and he didn't work with Osama bin Laden.
You're high
so
on your own supply.
At the time, they tried to spin it and act like everybody loves this. But that, of course, that's bogus. That's nonsense. That's not true. And now everybody realizes the opposite. Well, again, they're going to try to convince you, oh, bro, don't even worry about it. The people of Venezuela are so happy about this, bro. Not even true. Not even true. They'll post their own fucking, edited video.
Enjoy your 10-minute timeout. By the way, folks should know that Bulletproof Bullet was advocating for non-disruptive protesting in the Discord just a few days ago, literally making the case that it's the only way to legitimately protest is to let the government know that you're going to protest and get a permit, and that if you protest without a permit, it's justified that you get arrested. So, this is, Bulletproof Bullet is incorrect, okay, on certain things. Now, I do believe that there's a good chunk of the Venezuelan population that is pro-invasion. I've seen proof of that. Where I disagree with Bulletproof is this massive generalization that everyone is totally down for this, and that people that are disagreeing with it are pro-Chavez, and that, the MAGA and the Chavinistas, or whatever you want to call them, are one and the same. These are incredibly ignorant generalizations. He keeps bringing up, I used to live there, I used to live there, I used to live there. That's great. People who live in the country can give us some interesting insight. That doesn't necessarily one-to-one guarantee that their opinions on the matter are correct. I think we can all agree with that. So Bulletproof Bullet, slow your fucking roll.
Videos and shit, or they'll find a little group of people that is okay with it. But again, in the long run, this is completely and utterly unacceptable, and we have no right to act like this. For any crimes you could accuse Maduro of, Trump has done 1,000 times worse. Are you kidding me? You're talking about the guy who was best friends with Epstein, the guy who's a war criminal like hundreds of times over. You're talking about the guy who's the most corrupt president in U.S. history by far, and it's not even close. Meanwhile, while we're on the topic, let's bring this up. There's war-related insider trading going on. A brand new account in Polymarket invested in the U.S. going to war with Venezuela and Maduro being overthrown by January 31st. Up 13K so far, was spending thousands on Maduro out at bargain prices as recently as 4 hours ago.
And I was making a joke in the Discord. This might be Baron Trump. This could be Pete Hegseth.
So somebody creates an account and bets, I bet regime change is going to happen in Venezuela and Maduro is going to be kicked out. So somebody from within the regime, with insider information, opens up an account to bet on Maduro being overthrown. And by the way, this is an old tweet. The last one I saw, dude was up like $400,000. So is this Trump himself? Is this a proxy for Trump? Is this Baron Trump? Is this fucking Jared Kushner? Is this Uday and Kusei Trump? Fucking Don Jr. and Eric? Somebody is getting rich off of illegal regime change and terrorizing innocent civilians in Venezuela. That's what's happening. The most lawless, disgusting regime we've ever seen in our lives, and it's not even particularly close. You know, I did call Trump a number of times. I called him George W. Trump. Honestly, at this point, that's not even fair to George W. Bush.
No.
He's fucking worse. I also called him Bush Light. That's not even fair. He's now worse than George W. Bush.
Yeah.
He's bombed more countries than George W. Bush. Mr. I'm anti-war. I'm the pro-peace president, right? Ready for this?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is that, you know, Dick Cheney and the rest of them, the neocons, were far more educated and far more aware of the geopolitical reality of, you know, okay, if we do this, this is what's going to, you know, this is the likely scenario that we're going to, you know, we're going to have to absorb. Obviously, they have their own, you know, head up their own ass kind of problems. They, you know, high on their own supply kind of problems. But they were more aware of the geopolitical reality of, okay, if we do this, this is, you know, this is the kind of, you know, geopolitical situation we're likely to be met with. Donald Trump doesn't have any of that. But with that said, I mean, we're talking about other dictators who, you know, they respond differently to another fellow dictator.
He's bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. They're now doing regime change in Venezuela and abducting and kidnapping a president of a sovereign country. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Mexico. And he said he wants to reinvade Afghanistan to take Bagram Air Base. And that's all just this term.
Yeah.
He's already bombed like 10 countries. Meanwhile, he brags about, I stopped 8 wars. Nobody has been a bigger liar and war criminal than this man. He needs to be impeached immediately, removed immediately, hit with the 20.
But it didn't work last time, says Nancy Pelosi. So why should we do it again, Kyle?
25th Amendment immediately. We're fucking sick of it. It's over. It's done. We cannot allow. This man is going to leave the world a smoldering ash heap. When he dies, he wants the whole world to go with him. How do people not see this yet? Let me give you guys some more. Ben Norton says, breaking, the U.S. government is bombing Venezuela. Trump ordered military strikes inside the country. The U.S. is waging a colonial war of aggression. Below is a translation of an official statement.
Ben Norton, once again, Russian shill, working for the, I believe, working for the other, you know, not coming to mind, but Ben Norton parrots and launders Russian propaganda.
By the Venezuelan government denouncing the U.S. attacks. Here we go. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates, and denounces before the international community the extremely grave military aggression perpetrated by...
Pretty sure Ben Norton works for the Gray Zone as well. But yeah, well-known anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian propagandist, Ben Norton. Now, that isn't to say that what he's, you know, he's the kind of intellectual propagandist that, you know, he's very picky and choosy about the lies that he spreads, and he mixes in a lot of truth with what he says. He does some, you know, it's a shame because he does a lot of good journalism, you know, just like Greenwald there, not Greenwald, but the other son of a bitch I was just mentioning. They mix in really good journalism, but you know, when it comes to Russia, it's oh, you know, well, what happened in the Donbass justifies this invasion kind of shit. Welcome back, Gust. Good to see you.
The current government of the United States of America against Venezuela's territory and population and civilian and military sites on the city of Caracas.
Good job, Gust. Thank you once again for the raids. I appreciate it, and I hope you had a good stream.
Capital of the Republic, and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, especially its Articles 1 and 2, which enshrines respect for sovereignty, the judicial equality of states, and the prohibition of the use of force. Such aggression threatens international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and places the lives of millions of people at grave risk. The objective of this attack is none other than to take control of Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to forcibly break the nation's political independence. They will not succeed. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and their legitimate government stand firm in defense of sovereignty and the inalienable right to decide their destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war to destroy the Republican form of government and force a regime change in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail like all previous attempts. Since 1811, Venezuela has confronted and defeated empires. When in 1902 foreign powers bombarded our coasts, President Cipriano Castro proclaimed, "The insolent foot of the foreigner has profaned the sacred soil of the homeland." Today, the moral authority of Bolivar, Miranda, and our liberators, the Venezuelan people, rise once again to defend their independence against imperial aggression. People to the streets. The Bolivarian government...
Not a single Chinook helicopter shot down. Not a single soldier who was responsible for the raid shot at and killed. Okay. Oh, yeah, Bolivarian Revolution. Shut the fuck up. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the day or this week we're hearing about the Venezuelan military fully surrendering and, you know, allowing the puppet to be installed. I mean, what a fucking joke.
Calls on all social and political forces of the country to activate mobilization plans and repudiate this imperialist attack. The people of Venezuela and their national Bolivarian armed forces in perfect popular military police fusion are deployed to guarantee sovereignty and peace. Simultaneously, Bolivarian peace diplomacy will file corresponding complaints before the UN Security Council, the Secretary General of said organization, CELAC, and the non-aligned movement, demanding condemnation of and accountability for the U.S. government. President Nicolas Maduro has ordered all national defense plans to be implemented at the appropriate time and circumstances in strict adherence to the provisions of the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Organic Law on States of Exception, and the Organic Law of National Security. In this regard, President Nicolas Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of the decree declaring a state of external commotion throughout the national territory to protect the rights of the population, the full functioning of Republican institutions, and to immediately transition to armed struggle. The entire country must be activated to defeat the imperialist aggression. Likewise, he has ordered the immediate deployment of the Command for the Integral Defense of the Nation and the directional bodies for integral defense in all states and municipalities of the country. In strict adherence to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, Venezuela reserves the right to exercise legitimate defense to protect its people, its territory, and its independence.
Right.
We call on the people...
Right. That's why they didn't even bother to shoot down a single, not even a single attempt. Right? You got more resistance from the fucking Taliban.
The peoples and governments of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the world to mobilize an active solidarity against this imperial aggression. As Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez Frias stated, in the face of any circumstance of new difficulties, whatever their magnitude, the response of all patriots is unity, struggle, battle, and victory.
And bullshit. Right. Of course, this is coming from Ben Norton. Okay. What a joke.
So that's the official statement from the Venezuelan government here, not mincing words, saying this is 100% about oil, it's about minerals, it's about resources, it's about oligarchy, it's about plunder, it's about looting.
Let me be clear. I don't agree with the Trump propaganda on Maduro, right? But there's some truth in between the lies and the reality that, you know, he's just like Chavez, corrupt, you know, wasn't taking care of the needs of the poor, really was more interested in you know, securing a rich upper class, and really, you know, not taking care of the lower and middle class people of Venezuela. You know, is he the leader of a drug cartel? No. But was he actively trying to go after these drug cartels, or was it like a shine bomb situation in Mexico where it was like, well, some of the cartels are bad, but some of the ones we're going to, you know, quietly cooperate with? That's most likely the truth, you know, there as well. Now, how this should have been handled is the United States should have, you know, made clear, you know, what the crimes actually are, supported pro-democracy movements, you know, through rhetoric and maybe even through sending funds and resources to some of these pro-democracy movements in Venezuela, allowing these these people-run pro-democracy movements to, you know, depose Maduro, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you're going to do something like that. But you know, militarily kidnapping the person, then installing a Western-friendly puppet that isn't going to actually change anything, you know, foundationally of the Venezuelan government, while allowing Western oil companies and you know, Western corporations in general to loot the country while they stuff and fill their pockets. That's obviously not the way things should be handled.
By the way, that is factually correct, and it's admitted. All right, here we go. Venezuela's defense minister is alive and has released a video message calling for an anti-imperialist and liberation war against the American empire.
Sure.
Ibrahim Majid says
Sure.
the next 72 hours are critical for the
I'm sure that person will be on the front lines, right?
world. The United States succeeds in imposing control over Venezuela and by extension over the world's largest proven oil reserves. It will mark a major shift in global power. Such a move would not be about restoring democracy or protecting human rights, but about reasserting strategic dominance over energy, trade routes, and regional alignments. In that case, Iran would likely move to the forefront of Washington's strategic priorities.
Securing
control over Venezuelan oil.
You know, as Kyle has already reported, within seconds of the strike happening, certain key targets were just assassinated outright. So a clown like Mr. Military over here. He doesn't get the kidnap treatment. He gets the assassination treatment.
Reduce U.S. vulnerability to energy disruptions in the Gulf and provide a buffer against supply shocks in the event of a confrontation with Iran. With a reliable alternative source of heavy crude under its influence, Washington would be better positioned to absorb or offset the destruction or shutdown of energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf during a war. This would lower the economic cost of escalation and make military pressure against Iran more politically and economically manageable. By the way, let me just pause to point out, interesting that Netanyahu was literally just in the U.S. and Netanyahu was prodding Trump to do more war with Iran. And now we're hearing, it's strategically important for the U.S. to control Venezuelan oil in order to open the door to be able to try a regime change against Iran. Right. These are extreme, bloodthirsty, neocon, warmongering imperialists. George W. Bush.
Look, and even characters like Steve Bannon understand that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. And just because we're up against countries that don't have as powerful a military as us, that doesn't mean that there won't be negative ramifications for America for doing them.
Blushing, Dick Cheney is rolling over in his grave in awe at just how much of an imperialist neocon warmonger Donald Trump is. They continue here. At the same time, such control would strengthen the United States' ability to shape global oil flows and pricing, reinforcing the central role of the dollar in energy markets and helping preserve the petrodollar system that underpins U.S. financial power. Venezuela would thus become more than a regional issue. It would become a strategic precedent, a demonstration that economic pressure, political engineering, and, if necessary, force can be used to restructure sovereign states and realign the global balance of power. However, if the United States becomes entangled in Venezuela and faces sustained resistance, the outcome shifts dramatically. A prolonged crisis would drain political capital, stretch military and economic resources, and weaken Washington's capacity to project power elsewhere, including the Middle East. That would also complicate Israeli strategic planning, which is closely tied to U.S. regional leverage. What happens in Venezuela will not stay in Latin America. It will shape the future of energy control, the limits of American power, and the direction of geopolitical confrontation far beyond Caracas. That is very, very solid analysis there. All right, more. The reason why Venezuela is under attack. U.S. Southern Command Chief General Laura Richardson just said the truth out loud. Let's hear it from her own mouth. Here we go.
Of course, the countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua with Russia relationships. Why this region matters? With all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium is in the lithion triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. We just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude, discovered off of Guyana over a year ago.
You're on your phone in a jail cell.
Resources as well with
this
oil.
Shit, cray-cray.
Copper, gold. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have 31% of the world's fresh water in this region too. It's just off the charts. We have a lot to do. This region matters. It has a lot to do with national security.
And it's just automatically ours now, huh? That's how things work, right? We don't get to do this in a vacuum. This doesn't just happen and then everything's back to normal. Okay, this isn't a video game. This is not Risk. Okay, one thing that Risk, the board game, doesn't really handle is the economic ramifications of some of these. Because it's just a game, right? You take this country, you take that country. There's a little bit of a scuffle. There's a war. Okay, you roll some dice. And then your army rolls in, and then it's all yours, just automatically, like advanced wars, like some real-time strategy game. And it's just like we are not there. Okay, we are dealing with a far more complicated set of far more complicated scenario than that.
And we need to step up our game.
So Trump has coarsened our politics.
Sovereign. I mean, what the fuck is this Orwellian shit? Donald Trump sends the truth. Sovereign makes a video about how it's all good to, like, look at all the resources that we're going to get from. I mean, it's like it should say anti-sovereign. It should say, you know, no sovereignty is going to be respected. It's just fucking Orwellian.
And removed every filter, right? The flowery story about high-minded values like liberty and freedom. It's now gone. And what's left is naked imperial ambition. What's left is the law of the jungle. What's left is might makes right. And so now everybody's following suit.
Okay, maybe that was a video by an organization called Sovereign, releasing that video showing that, look, the United States is not interested in sovereignty. So maybe that's what it was. I just can't help to notice how Orwellian it was. If they were like, if this was something that this organization, I never heard of them before, but if this was, they call themselves sovereign and then they support regime change, it's beyond Orwellian at that point. But maybe they were putting it out to say, like, look, this is how serious it is, right? This is how much sovereignty is being disrespected. So I should hold my tongue on that.
So all the military people are saying the same thing. Oh yeah, we're going to steal their natural resources, take their oil. Like, this is super important for corporate power and for billionaires. Duh. And so now, people, you can't say you don't know now. You can't say you don't know.
Oh, shit.
Like, you can't pretend.
Yeah, right there. I mean,
when I was coming of age politically and we had the Iraq War, everybody was actually convinced by the propaganda that Saddam Hussein, worked with Osama bin Laden to do 9/11, or he had WMDs and he was going to use them and launch them against fucking New York City or Cleveland or whatever the fuck. Now, everybody can see, like, there is no more tap dancing bullshit.
Rolling through the middle.
It's right there, naked in front of you. So how do you feel about that? What are you going to do about that?
Landing right there.
That this is the world. That apparently the world has not evolved since the fucking World War II days. Like, we are creating, like, the corporate Fourth Reich, the billionaire Fourth Reich in this country.
It's true.
It is absolutely, absolutely astonishing. All right, more. Michael Cohen says, so Trump just launched a military operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who has been indicted on drug trafficking charges 5 weeks after he pardoned former Honduran president.
Look, and I don't mean to criticize here, but we're looking at, this is Status Quo's coverage of an anti-regime change protest. I don't think they got a permit, by the way. And as you can see here, I mean, what are we talking about here? 200 people. I mean, it's hard for some young people to really wrap their mind around it. But the war in Iraq and Afghanistan went on for almost 20 years. It was the story du jour for 5, maybe even 10 years if you want to be generous. But then 10 years of occupation and Americans dying, billions and billions and billions of dollars going into these operations. We're still in Iraq, by the way. We've only just officially left Afghanistan. So still to this day, billions and billions and billions still going into Iraq. And it was just, fucking completely fart in the wind, man. It was just completely ignored. And that's just the reality of America. And corporate media has a lot to, the blame goes towards our media, the Fourth Estate, in their intentional avoiding of certain stories. It's an intentional strategy that they put forth.
Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been convicted of drug trafficking charges. Yes. So what everybody needs to understand is the flimsy excuse for, of a different narrative, the flimsy excuse of this is about drugs. Come on, man. Like, let's grow up here. Like I said, they're being more naked and open with it than ever, and at times they admit the truth, right?
Yeah.
So
they're not really
it makes it so easy to just point to, oh, really? That's what it's about. It's like with the right-wingers all complaining about Somali fraud in Minnesota. Then you point out, hey, Trump keeps pardoning the biggest white-collar fraudsters in the whole country. He pardoned a guy who did over $1 billion in Medicare fraud. He just pardoned that guy.
They don't care.
The Pentagon can't account for 63% of their money. They failed 8 audits in a row, and what did Trump do? He upped their budget to over $1 trillion. That guy cares about fraud? The guy who is looting the Treasury and allowing the billionaires to loot the Treasury? They got Elon Musk,
hypocrites.
the biggest fraud on the planet.
Kyle.
These people are the criminals. They are the fraudsters. And we're supposed to believe,
Welcome back, Lenny.
we're really angry about this Somali fraud.
I agree.
Which is a tiny percentage of the Somali community, and it's way less quantitatively compared to all the fraud that they're doing. So it is crazy. So yes, this has nothing to do with drugs. Nothing at all. Not even close. Anybody who believes that has the brain of a mosquito. All right, here we go. Further evidence. In 2023, Trump said the following.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to
He's
collapse.
not wrong,
We would have
Coach
taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next.
I mean, it's like you walk up to your average American and you say, hey, do you care? And your average American doesn't even know. That's why I was talking about the fourth estate, right? And that Americans who do know are, they're like, oh, well, maybe I would prefer him to do it a different way. But, it's if this results in gas prices going down, people won't give a flying fuck. I mean, that's, America. And this is why I talk about how the bond market collapsing and the reserve currency being replaced by gold being a massive, massive shock to the entire country, because it will instantly put Americans into a similar position that every other country has to live with and has been living with for decades now. They're not prepared for this in the slightest, and yeah, no, they don't give a shit about regime change in some other country. Good majority of them don't even know it's happening. Good majority of Americans don't watch the news. And if they do, they read a headline, they listen to 3 seconds of NPR before they switch to their favorite radio station and listen to Imagine Dragons for the 17th millionth time. That's, this is why being a leftist is so fucking difficult in America, to be like an actual leftist, not a neoliberal Democrat, because there's so many forces that are pushing against, exposing people to the truth, exposing people to reality. There's so many opportunities for people to incubate themselves, to put themselves in a bubble, to protect themselves from having an opinion about geopolitics. It's easy, right? They make it really, really easy to be non-political, right? And these things are intentional. They're built with the intention by the oligarchy to keep people in the dark. Because this is how empires flourish. I'm sorry, this is how authoritarian dictatorships flourish and empires are created, is through political apathy, political nihilism.
But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it. Where the oil, their oil is garbage. It's horrible. The worst you can get, tar. It's like tar. And to refine it, you need special plants.
Guess who has those plans, by the way? We do. We would have taken the oil. We would have taken it.
Yeah.
So as
same thing with Canada, by the way. Mark Carney. He was wagging his finger at Donald Trump, but then reapproving tar sands pipelines to get this dirty oil into America. It's a gross game. It really is a gross game. It's interesting to see how technology is making oil less relevant, though, and the Saudi Arabian oil cartel is well aware of that. They're trying to get as much money as they can before the tipping point hits, and majority of Americans are driving electric cars instead of gas-powered vehicles. But of course, oil will always be relevant, plastics and a million other uses, but obviously the big one is, gas-powered vehicles. In fact, I mean, you would see, if it really got bad enough, you would see Donald Trump basically say electric cars are illegal, just as he does with windmills and other green energy solutions, conjuring up some excuse as to why windmills are bad. Kills the birds, and I care so much about birds. We would see, because that's the brutal reality when it comes to oil, is that technology is making it irrelevant, or less relevant, I should say.
Adam Johnson says, don't listen to rhetoric about drugs or post-facto liberal cover about authoritarianism or freedom. Trump explicitly stated his motive in June 2023. He wants their oil. He doesn't like that the largest oil reserves on Earth are in our neighborhood.
Steve Bannon right now is apparently getting getting in front of the camera and saying neoliberalism bad, this, warmongering bad. But if this is a successful regime change, and the puppet is installed and the military doesn't resist, Steve Bannon, we'll see, within a couple days, we'll see him say, well, I don't agree with neoliberalism, but, Donald Trump was brilliant in this execution, yada, yada.
And not under U.S. control. That is exactly right. And anybody in the media who's not being honest with you about that, fucking disregard everything they say from now until forever. From now until forever, okay? Here's another time Trump just said the quiet part loud.
Just a blockade. Not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil.
Yeah,
he's saying about Venezuela. They took all of our oil. You mean the oil that's in their country, underneath their feet?
He was literally blowing people up as he was, politicking for the Peace Prize. So yeah, no, go figure. He's a hypocrite and a liar.
That they extracted? How the fuck is that our oil?
From not that long ago.
And bound without a congressional approval, there's no transparency, there's no accountability. So I'm going to have to strongly disagree with you. I would be okay with Congress having the ability to fast track things to avoid, having situations where, things are held up when action is needed. But no, without congressional approval, without checks and balances, without transparency, any schmuck who fucks kids can sit in the chair and push buttons and fuck our lives up. Okay, because don't think for a second that this isn't going to somehow, this is going to be, bread and roses for the American people. Blowback is real. The geopolitics is real. China's not happy about this, and China is not without its own ability to retaliate. So no, I totally disagree with that. These things need to go back to having some kind of process, some kind of ability for the people to say we want this or don't want this. Because Maduro, not a nice guy. That does not justify the ability to just unilaterally use military resources to do a coup and install a Western. Because there's so many examples of look at Iran, right, as a great example of what happens when the United States thinks it knows what it's doing. They install a Western-friendly monster, and then turns that country into what we see Iran is, right now, right? This say Cuba, another example, right? Cuba, we try regime change there, and it like this idea that we are good at this, that this is ultimately these things are beneficial to the United States. That's not accurate. That's not accurate at all. There are other ways. It takes longer, right? But there are other ways to carrot and stick your way into making these regimes, these dictatorships, bend the knee to our supposed democracy. Regime change and coupping often leads to more problems than what they're supposedly supposed to fix. And yeah, Chevron is already in Venezuela. They were able to work out a contract with the Venezuelan government, unlike the other oil companies. That's true.
We want it back, but they took it. They illegally took it.
They took our oil.
Again, so, all the highfalutin intellectualizing of this, the rationalizing of this, the justifying of this, the story that it's about drugs or it's about freedom. Anybody who tries to push that narrative on you, dismiss everything they say from now until forever, y'all. All right, here we go. We got more. This is Trump on October 31st. Here's what he said when the report came out that he was going to bomb inside Venezuela and try regime change. Here was his reaction not that long ago.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
No, it's not true. I'm not considering strikes inside Venezuela. Oops. All right, here we go. Marco Rubio, June 2025. Quote, I know of no president probably in our modern history that has sought peace more than President Trump has.
Directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president probably in our modern history that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
incredible. So the guy who increased drone strikes 432% to the point where there were over 2,000 drone strikes in
No, he's also a total gentleman when it comes to dealing with women.
his first 2 years as president. The
And
guy who
girls.
kept us in Iraq and kept us in Afghanistan and had a 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan under his time in office. The guy who bombed Syria multiple times and bombed Somalia and said we're going to take the oil from Syria.
Yeah.
The guy who increased the
Rubio
Pentagon
is
budget
a
every single
monster.
year. The guy who let Israel steal
Pro-Russian
the
bastard.
Golan Heights. That guy. This is the guy that, he cares about peace so much, which is why he assassinated General Qasem Soleimani, a top Iranian commander who was fighting ISIS in his first term. The guy who ripped up the Iran agreement. He cares about peace. Ripped up the Iran agreement, bombed Iran in this second term. He's the peace president. He's now threatening war with Mexico. Yeah, the peace guy. That guy. He dropped the Moab on Afghanistan. That stands for Mother of All Bombs. He dropped that on Afghanistan in his first term. He pardoned literal war criminals from the group Blackwater, the Christian mercenary army that gunned down civilians in Nisour Square in Iraq. Pardon.
There are the people that surround Donald Trump often, like the reason why he dropped the Moab is because people around him said, if you drop the Moab, then it'll fix everything and everything will, start going your way and you can be the president that that ends this conflict. We just need one big strike, one big move.
But he's the peace guy. Jesus Christ, man. I'm just the gaslighting drives me crazy.
It's
the
crazy.
Endless lies drives me crazy.
Endless
They're trying to have
lies.
your cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Trying to be a warmonger, but then turn around and demand the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, how do these people sleep at night? I genuinely don't get it. I don't
Like
get
babies.
it. All right, here we go.
Like
Here's Trump
babies.
running for president. All the times he acted like he was anti-war.
Okay, is this necessary? Do we even need to fucking see this? You know what I mean? Yeah, we get it. He's a hypocrite. I'm the peace president. I'm the peace president. No more wars. Right. Okay, can we get to something more relevant, please?
Anybody could ever imagine. Worse than anybody could ever imagine. All right, more. Ryan Rosbiani says, did Netanyahu push Trump to attack Venezuela? Fox News pundit says the U.S. attacks on Venezuela are for national security against Hezbollah and Iran, as well as Russia and China. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Here we go.
Venezuela has become a hotbed for every adversary of the United States to operate in the Western Hemisphere. Hezbollah has operations. The terrorist group Hezbollah, based in Lebanon, has
we have some
operations
proof?
that are
We got any proof
that have been
whatsoever?
widely reported to be
Anything?
based in Venezuela. Iran is operating in Venezuela. Russia, China. It has become sort of the satellite state for the countries who we consider our adversaries and who are
They'll
bent
say
on
anything.
trying to do
They'll
everything they
just
can
say
to
anything.
destabilize and undermine the West.
So at this point, the warmongers are just like,
By
they're trolling
Julian
us. They're dabbing
Epstein,
on us. You
by
don't
the
even need to
way.
know anything about politics to know how bullshit that is. We've heard the
No
fake
relation.
Nobel Prize winner, the opposition leader against
Hydra
Maduro,
and Darth
she said
Vader are
Hamas
also
and
there.
Hezbollah are acting
Justin
in
Bieber
Venezuela.
came from
And they're
Venezuela,
like plotting
guys.
attacks against the U.S. Like this is like humiliating. For anybody who believes this, it's humiliating. Like they know this is not true. They know most of us know it's not true, but they say it anyway. And by the way, it's
Yeah.
actually correct to point out, and we just talked about this the other day. Netanyahu did say this the other.
So this is I don't know if there's anything new in this article here, but he was kidnapped and sent to New York apparently. First thing, he was in New York, I think 7 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not quite sure why we're supposed to treat this as news. This seems like it's old news, quite frankly.
The other day, watch.
We've had an unbelievable success, and by degrading Iran, which was a first-rate power, now it's a second-rate or third-rate power, they were throwing their weight all over the place, exporting terrorism, not only to every part of the Middle East, but to Venezuela. They're in cahoots with the Maduro regime. They're exporting terrorism to America, to the American hemisphere, and then they want these Hezbollah and Hamas to get their guys into the United States. So Hamas and Iran's and
this is where the Iran with their I don't agree with what he's saying here, but there's no denying that Hezbollah and Iran thought they had more cards than what they actually did. Their their ridiculous attempts at terrorism, because they they saw themselves as, you know, in opposition to Western dominance, and their play was Islamic style terrorism in a lot of cases. But also in a lot of cases, as we've seen with Barack Obama, they were totally open towards diplomacy, right? But at the end of the day, they undermined their own efforts by supporting Hezbollah, because it's like, obviously, because it plays right into their hands, into Bibi Netanyahu, into Trump's hands, organizations like Hezbollah. And if Iran were smart, they would do everything possible to stop the support of Hezbollah, instead of quietly supporting them and funneling weapons to Hamas. It hasn't worked. It just hasn't worked. You want to be like Norman Finkelstein, and you want to make like an argument for, well, Hamas is legitimate resistance, Hezbollah's legitimate resistance. I mean, I disagree with that, but okay, you can make a scholarly argument, for what is and isn't legitimate resistance. But I think at the end of the day, for me, the most powerful argument is that it's been counterproductive and it hasn't worked. And in fact, it's been, when Hezbollah, does something, when Hamas does something publicly, it helps Bibi Netanyahu, it helps the narrative, and they either ignore that reality or they're not aware of that reality. But either way, it's been counterproductive towards Iranians' geopolitical desires. And obviously, are we going to sit here and try to make an argument that Hamas has helped the Palestinians in their fight for freedom? You know what I mean? Like, it's counterproductive. It doesn't work. It just doesn't fucking work. Your little bottle rockets don't work. Cutting some people's heads off and some terrorist attacks, in some other country doesn't work. It feeds the propaganda machine of the authoritarians, of the dictators, of the monsters of the world. Right? They love it when Hezbollah and Hamas and other organizations, attempt to push back, attempt to resist American hegemony. Right? It just doesn't fucking work. So, sure, have a scholarly debate about what is and isn't a legitimate resistance, whatever. To me, my argument is like, this shit doesn't work, man. It helps Bibi Netanyahu. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Hamas might as well be on Bibi Netanyahu's payroll. They're so effective at helping the Israel achieve its goals in Palestine. And it's the same thing with Hezbollah and in Iran, right? It's really, if you look at the totality of what they've done, how effective they've been, nobody's afraid of Hezbollah. No one's like, oh, they're going to come get you, right? Maybe as an individual, I'm afraid at some extremist, getting mad at me for broadcasting a picture of Mohammed, right? But when it comes to governments, when it comes to other countries, they're not afraid of Iran and Hezbollah. They're not afraid of what they're capable of, and that's the whole goal, right? Is to get us, oh, there's a deterrent. There's a deterrent. It hasn't been effective resistance. It just hasn't been. And they never learn. They never fucking learn. It's they put more resources, they put more time into these religious extremists that basically provide great propaganda for Bibi Netanyahu and the rest.
These proxies are a threat not only to us, but to Israel, all America's allies in the Middle East, and to America itself.
This is the Zionist and MAGA warmongers basically mocking us at this point. Like, we can do whatever we want. We could say whatever we want. I mean, this is right up there with the worst of the worst lies from the Bush era. Like just
yeah, I guess that check
absurd.
Got lost in the mail.
All right, more. Last night's attacks on Venezuela fit into a long history of brazen U.S. intervention in Latin America and the world. So here we go.
I would tell everybody, hey, George Soros just sent me a big check, and you bet I'm going to cash that shit. But yeah, I guess I got lost in the mail. My wife would fucking beat my ass. Oh, you got a $50,000 check to just continue to do what you've been doing? Really? And you threw it away? Okay. Well, guess what? It's going to cost $50,000 to pay for the divorce lawyer. No, I mean, ultimately, I guess I wouldn't cash the check, but I'd think about it. Okay. Yeah. So, hey, George, go ahead and send me the check, man. Maybe we can have a discussion.
U.S.-backed right-wing military coups in Latin America: Cuba, 1952; Guatemala, 1954; El Salvador, 1980; Honduras.
All just nothing but a big list of dubs, right? Nothing but a big list of effective military coups, right? It's been nothing but the CIA knows what they're doing. The American government knows what they're doing. This is just nothing but dubs on America's side, right? Until you actually scratch the surface of history and see that a grand majority of these have resulted in more extremist governments. It's not like we're in all these countries extracting all the resources and taking everything that we want. Is this really? Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's like not to be arrogant or anything, but if you've been paying attention for this, and maybe you haven't, so I don't mean to insult you, but Donald Trump has all but been promising this. I mean, literally, he'll say it's coming, we're getting ready, watch the, prepare, we're gonna do it. Yeah, so I mean, he's literally all but been promising that this is what's going to happen here. So
2009, Nicaragua 1980s,
Yes, you
Panama
are dreaming.
1989,
Yeah.
Haiti 1959 and 2004, Peru 1962 and 1975, Dominican Republic 1965, Venezuela 2002, Bolivia 1980s, Paraguay 1954, Brazil 1964, Chile 1973, Argentina 1976, Uruguay 1973. So there's a long history. By the way, you want your
Nothing
mind
but
to be
dubs,
blown?
right?
Go read the history of what's called the Banana Wars. Go read the history of what's called the Banana Wars. And what you'll find out is, yes, the U.S. military was overthrowing governments for a literal fucking banana company.
That's a
for the
whole different
Chiquita
scenario.
Banana Company.
But
I know that's.
I don't I don't know if I fully agree. Like if this is a big success for the Trump administration, then he'll be invading liberal cities the next day. But it will embolden him. It will embolden him to maybe consider military solutions for those internal political problems. Yeah, sure.
Sounds made up and super extreme, but it's actually what happened. So go read about that and have your mind blown. More.
Holy
Here's
shit,
Trump
is she AI?
on New Year's Eve. What is that? 3 days ago? Something like that? Listen to this.
Peace on earth.
Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution? His answer, peace. Peace on earth.
Peace on earth. Bomb them to death.
Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution?
I have.
Let's hear it.
Peace on earth. Peace on earth. You can come in if you'd like.
This era of postmodern conservatism is going to kill me. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get out of this era.
They just
intact.
make shit up, man.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to become a paranoid schizophrenic.
It's wild. It's wild.
I am going to be gnawing on my own fingers until they're little bloody nubs because I can't. I just can't comprehend this world that we live in.
Yeah.
Where it's like you can say one thing and do the exact opposite and rinse and repeat that about 400 times, and everybody still acts like everything's normal and everything's okay, and we don't live in fucking bizarro land. It is so crazy to me, bro. It is so crazy. All right, here we go. Aiden Simmerdone posted this. It's an explanation as to why he thinks Venezuela will fail, or at least why Trump's regime change attempt will fail. Here we go.
Here are 3 reasons why Donald Trump's war with Venezuela will fail. The first is simply geography. I think the best comparison to make is with Iraq, because of course the United States did invade Iraq in 2003. They were able to topple Saddam Hussein, but they were unsuccessful as they had to fight an insurgency for the next 8 years. Well, Iraq would look like a walk in the park compared to an invasion of Venezuela.
Really?
Venezuela is roughly twice as big as Iraq, and it is far more mountainous. In addition, at the time of the Iraq invasion, Iraq had many enemies at its borders.
But it's like, is it necessary if the government and the military and most of the public services that people utilize have been successfully taken over? What does it matter if there's an insurgency somewhere in the mountains somewhere?
Includes countries that had previously fought wars against, like Iran, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, as well as major U.S. allies like NATO member Turkey, as well as Jordan to the west. In contrast, Venezuela actually has very good relations with 2 of the 3 countries it neighbors, that being Colombia and Brazil. For instance,
yeah, but none of them have the resources to actually put up much of any kind of fight. Colombia and Brazil, I mean, outside of some insurgents, some rusty AK-47s or whatever, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What does it matter if there's a U.S. puppet sitting in? They'll disrupt maybe they'll be successful in disrupting some of the oil operations, but are they really going to, make the kind of dent that would actually be, effective? Drones is what they could do. Okay, yeah, all right, sure. I mean, I'm going to have to see it to believe it. And if you're just tuning in, I'm not pro invasion, pro regime change here. I'm just trying to find the reality of the situation. And I was explaining earlier how the North Vietnamese were fanatics, and they were ride or die, and they put up such a great resistance that they were able to win. Same thing with the Taliban, who defeated us in Afghanistan. Is that the same in Venezuela? Are there groups like the Taliban in Venezuela, like the North Vietnamese in Vietnam, that are going to put up that sustained, effective guerrilla resistance?
Since in Brazil, there's also actually this group called the Landless Rural Workers Movement. It has 1.5 million members, and they have actually pledged that if the United States tries to invade Venezuela, they will form their own militia or brigade to then go and help the
words, just words until we see something happen, right? It's really, because you'll often see leaders of these resistance groups make big, bold claims about how we're gonna do it, and then when the time comes, it's like, well, okay. Maybe people aren't so willing to die for this, because that's what you're asking. That 1.5 million, you're saying, go die in Venezuela, not even in your own country, for a maybe, for a big fat maybe. It's you gotta be 100% certain that that's actually gonna be fruitful in some kind of way. It was eventually fruitful for the North Vietnamese. It was eventually fruitful for the Taliban, right, who got to basically take over the entire country because of their resistance. So it's not impossible, but it's just like, I don't know, I'm not seeing it. Not a single Chinook helicopter shot down, not a single U.S. soldier killed or even shot at while they're kidnapping Maduro. All I'm seeing is gum flapping from this so-called resistance and army of Venezuela.
Venezuelan government. The second reason why a war with Venezuela would fail is because the existing sanctions against Venezuela have actually been insufficient in creating the instability that the United States desires. When the United States invaded Iraq, sanctions had pretty much destroyed the country. The Iraq army lacked the necessary equipment to fight against the United States, and northern mountainous regions were already controlled by Kurdish people rather than Saddam Hussein himself. And as these sanctions were going on, there were very few countries that were actually willing to trade or help out Iraq. In contrast, while the sanctions on Venezuela have been devastating, they failed to create the same level of chaos. Yes, there have been attempts to overthrow the government in Venezuela, but these have also failed. And countries have stepped in to help. For instance, Iran actually sent oil to Venezuela, and there are rumors that Russia has actually sent in hypersonic, or at least very powerful missiles to the Venezuelan army. So the Venezuelan army and Venezuelan people would actually be a lot more able to fight against the United States government compared to what happened in Iraq. The final thing is also that this war is simply unpopular amongst the American public. The Iraq war was unfortunately actually quite popular, with both Republicans and Democrats supporting it in the hysterical aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. In contrast, war with Venezuela is not popular really at all. 45% of Americans oppose overthrowing Venezuelan President Maduro, while just 17% are in favor. And even amongst Republicans, it's not even a majority. It's only 34% who are in support of this. And actually, public opinion does matter. That's why they always engage in propaganda and try to get the public on its side. So the fact that it's unpopular will make the war a lot more difficult to carry out. So there you have it. Those are why this war will fail.
Throughout the entire 20 years of Afghanistan, I'm sure the polls were showing that, if you walked up to your average American, should we be spending resources and lives in Afghanistan, they'd say no. I'm sure. I doubt only the first year of the Afghanistan invasion was popular, right? Like right after 9/11. But then I'm sure that shit dropped off and then stayed consistently unpopular for 2 fucking decades. I mean, fucking miss me with that shit, man. Oh yeah, popular opinion fucking matters when it comes to regime change wars. Sure.
Please leave a comment, like, and share. I would love to hear your thoughts as well.
And let me just add to this again. We don't know exactly what's happening because the VP is still in Venezuela, seemingly in control of the country. You still have the defense minister there. The military appears to still be on the side of the government. So there's a weird scenario where, like, they got Maduro, but they didn't really get anybody else. And so was there a deal cut? or are they just incompetent,
There's
or
a
like
fucking
where we
deal.
are right now is very murky.
Something going
so there's a
on.
lot of open questions that we need answers to. Now, on that same point, look at this from Anonymous. They have a theory. Venezuela opposition reports the so-called capture of Maduro was a negotiated deal between Maduro and the U.S. for an agreed exit strategy. We reported in November that this would be the case. The U.S. bombed Venezuelan service members as part of a death theater. Okay.
Interesting. So that would support, you know, the strange zero resistance situation that we're seeing with Maduro's kidnapping.
So he says Maduro, this was all the way back on November 7th. Maduro likely already has purchased property in Dubai to retire to. He'll hand over oil rights and contracts to U.S. resource corporate oligarchs and billions to the Trump family, laundered through third parties. The threat of invasion is basically a shakedown to ensure he provides more loot. If anything does get bombed in Venezuela, it'll be death theater to help legitimize the deal. Venezuelans will pay the check Maduro is ready to cash. A large sum of the national wealth for Venezuela has already been transferred out of the country by Trump, allies, and Russia.
Fucking fascinating. Fascinating. Okay. Now, I don't know where Anonymous is getting their sources or anything, but this is a very interesting theory.
So this is an interesting theory, and since there are so many open questions as to what exactly is going on here, the speculation is fucking welcomed. The speculation is welcomed, and certainly we'll have answers to some of these questions within the next week or 2 weeks or month or so. But as of right now, there's going to be a lot of speculation because this doesn't quite add up. The fact that the VP is still in control, the defense minister is still in control, the military is still in the country. Was there a
zero resistance so far? You know, some blah blah blah, but
deal, or is it incompetence, or is there something like this going on? We don't know. All right, more. Breakthrough News says, breaking, anti-war organizations in the U.S. call for emergency nationwide protests on Saturday, January 3rd. The Answer Coalition has just issued a call to action that reads, quote,
I like the Answer Coalition. I've done some protesting for them. Good folks. They're communists, but they do an awful lot of organizing. You know, they're frontline opposition to most of America's military adventurism. Good folks over there, even if they are communist.
This war is not about drug trafficking. It is not about democracy. It is about stealing Venezuela's oil and dominating Latin America. It is an outrageous escalation in a campaign of murder in international waters and piracy targeting civilian ships trading with Venezuela. We need to take to the streets and say no to another endless war. The people of this country do not want another war. In the first hour since the call was issued, 13 cities have already listed protests, including in front of the White House at 1 p.m. The organization says more cities will be posted by the morning. The listing is available at answercoalition.org/Venezuela. So you already have popular mobile.
So I mean, if you're a left-leaning person, like, you know, I always talk about the 3-step program. 1, inform yourself. 2, sign up and show up. That could be your step 2 right there. The Answer Coalition, really, that was one of the first first protest organizations that I joined. Not the first, but one of the first. Great organization. Couldn't recommend them enough. If you want to get your feet wet with political activism, Answer Coalition is a good place to start. So. One more time with that URL, answercoalition.org. Give them a check because we got to hit that step 3. We got to put in the work. We got to make political activism a lifestyle. And, you know, you're not Malcolm X. You're not Martin Luther King. You're not, Chavez. What's his nuts? You know, you're not a revolutionary that's going to start from the ground up. But you want to make change. You want to help, push against this. You disagree with this and you want to help in some way. This is how you can achieve step 3 by signing up and showing up with the Answer Coalition. I definitely recommend them. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a communist. I'm a democratic socialist. But we need unity amongst the left. We don't need any more division where we can. You know, you get a bunch of tankies talking about how we're Maoists and we want a new Bolshevik revolution because we think Stalin is really great. Obviously, throw those motherfuckers right in the trash. And I'm sure there's a lot of motherfuckers just like that in the Answer Coalition. But you want to get your feet wet. You want to see what it feels like. You want to see, how the operation goes and then maybe go in a different direction. Answer Coalition is a great place to start. They have a strong foundation that you can see. Okay, this is how it works, right? I remember going there, volunteering, went to some dingy ass basement, was given some flyers, was given some stickers, right? Then we hit the streets and then, also participating in some of their organized protests in San Francisco. Good group of folks.
is available at anticoalition.org/Venezuela. So you already have popular mobilization here in the U.S. Chris Murphy, when asked about possible military strikes on Venezuela, here's what he says.
Quickly before you go, the president said that he has made a decision, has come to a decision about Venezuela, suggesting that there could be military strikes on Venezuela. How big a step would that be, and how should Democrats react to that?
Well, it seems pretty clear it's just an effort to distract people from the rising prices and from the Epstein scandal. No one wants a war with Venezuela. To the extent they're claiming it has something to do with the drug trade coming to the United States, the majority of drugs don't come through the Caribbean. They come via a land route that the president is ignoring because he is so focused on this absurd, illegal military campaign against Venezuela. So I don't think he'll find much support amongst Republicans or Democrats in this country for it. And by the way, it's wildly illegal. The president can't start a war with a nation without a congressional authorization.
Oh, please, a neoliberal Democrat talking about illegal military actions. Please, this motherfucker didn't have a peep to say when Barack Obama was dropping drone bombs. So miss me with that righteous indignation, you fucking... How much money is this motherfucker taking from Israel? Don't even get me fucking started on these polo-wearing corporate motherfuckers supposedly representing the left in America. Fuck you.
It's just another sign of how out of control and how lawless.
And look, if this is a successful regime change, and then in a couple weeks we're not hearing about it, Trump will be, saying I ended another war, another one on my list, and we'll hear the rest. We'll hear the Tucker Carlsons and the Steve Bannons come around to the new rhetoric that it was a brilliant military operation by Donald Trump. You got to give him credit on that one. That kind of shit is what we'll hear.
This president is, and another signal to Democrats as to why we need to draw those firm moral lines in the sand right now to constrain his growing illegality.
All right, you got to impeach and remove, or you got to do the 25th Amendment.
And is this motherfucker going to impeach? No. He takes his marching orders from Nancy Pelosi, who doesn't even find it to be a viable strategy anymore. So just fuck you. Fuck these fucking neoliberals. They want this. They fucking want this.
And I know already, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are already getting their rear end gear and working on holding this president accountable.
And Ro Khanna is a minority in the neoliberal Democratic establishment. He's not a leader. He might be he might be considered someone of importance to progressives and socialists who are like, finally someone standing up to the establishment. But when it comes to the Hakeem Jeffries DNC establishment, Ro Khanna is a minority.
And the fact that Chris Murphy was saying this is phenomenal. And we need every Democrat to get on board. Impeach and remove or use the 25th Amendment. We have to get out there. We have to make the argument. This is unacceptable. As I told you guys, he's going to leave this world a smoldering ash heap by the time he's done. United States military veterans with a message for those in service with the U.S. military right now. So this is an amazing video. Take a look at this. Here we have a veteran who says the quiet part out loud and tells the truth about current veterans who are engaged in this.
Yo, so it's being reported right now that Caracas is under attack, getting bombed from the air, possibly from drones. There's been reports of blackouts. This is a message for all active duty. If you ever get this, I want you to know something, that America is not behind you. This ain't like the Afghan war and the Iraqi war, where you got to come home and be celebrated as a hero, have romantic movies made for you in Hollywood. Nah, America is like, what the fuck right now? So understand, if this ever I hope this gets to some fucking Navy dudes. If you are in the Navy, if you are in the Air Force, and you are behind the bombing of Caracas, Venezuela, America is not behind you. You will not be celebrated as a hero. You're a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit for following orders from fucking old, decrepit, corrupt men who are fucking over all of Americans right now. And now they're...
A good majority of the people he's talking about don't even know where Venezuela is on the map. And, they're more concerned with Stranger Things than they are Venezuela. Okay, so I like where his heart is at, but this idea that people are going to rise up and that even if they were, that somehow matters. Look, I don't mean to be cynical. Because public opinion does still matter in some ways. But this idea that Americans, like I said before, 20 years of Afghanistan, and we're still in Iraq. Walk up to your average American and ask them if they think we're still operating army bases and spending billions of dollars every year to maintain our pseudo occupation of Iraq. No idea. No fucking idea.
Fucking over Venezuelans. America is not behind you, U.S. military. We are not behind you. You will not be celebrated. You have the freedom to turn down orders right now. If you are taking orders to bomb Caracas and bomb Venezuela, a sovereign country, and killing civilians, bombing civilian infrastructure, attacking even military targets, you are violating every fucking law, not just man-made law. I'm talking about just the law of morality.
His law of morality. Yeah, Americans care about morality. They voted in 70 million plus people voted in a pedophile to be their leader. His heart's in the right place, but you know, I think he's gonna, you know, there's gonna be a wake up moment for him. It's like, wow, people literally don't care. They literally don't care. Now, does that mean it's impossible to make change? Does that mean we should embrace nihilism and forget about resisting? No, of course not. But we, you know, for us to really create change and really change the direction here, we have to acknowledge the reality. You know, we can't just expect things to happen in a certain way because it's moral. I mean, you know, don't make me fucking laugh, man. Americans and morality. I mean, wake up. Wake up.
The laws of the universe. If you are active duty, you have the ability to say no. You have the ability to turn down orders. I suggest you do so, because you will not be celebrated as a fucking hero. You will be seen as a piece of shit by all Americans, except your old fucks who are sitting in front of the TV watching Fox News.
So again, this is not Kyle Kalinske saying it. This is not some Code Pink far lefty person saying it. This is a former U.S. military veteran, and he's saying, "No, we're not with you, and you guys need to let's man up here and let's stand for truth and stand for justice and reject all these illegal orders, because all of these orders are completely and utterly illegal, bypassing Congress illegally. And by the way, if they even were to go to Congress, Congress should have voted no anyway. Let's talk about the bombing as such. Let's not just get stuck on proceduralism. Let's make the point that this, in no sane world, should any politician support this. All right, more. Here is John Kiriakou, and he makes a very interesting point here. Take a look.
I mean, why do you think, what does the CIA think, do you think, about why they've failed in Latin America time after time after time? Of course, in Nicaragua and in Cuba and in so many other countries in Latin America, they have failed to overthrow countries, let alone a country the size of Venezuela.
For decades. And it's because of this belief at the CIA. It's a very deeply held belief that we are the good guys. And as soon as we cross that border, people are going to throw flowers at us. And of course, that's laughably wrong. There's no understanding of history. There's no understanding of the societies and the cultures of these countries. They don't want us there. And at the CIA, they just don't understand. Now, in their defense, the CIA is not a policy agency. It's a policy support agency. So just like with the invasion of Iraq, if the White House says do it, you have to do it, even if you're opposed to it on philosophical grounds. But you're right. The CIA, the American government in general, just never seems to learn the lesson of invasions gone bad. It's easy to invade a country. It's easy to overthrow its government. It's exceedingly difficult to take care of things the day after. And one thing about Venezuela, too, as I just said, it would be easy to overthrow the government. We've already essentially told Maduro, just get on your plane and run away. Go to Doha, go to Havana, go to Moscow, just get on the plane and run away. The President Maduro, his private pilot, said just a few weeks ago that the CIA had approached him to try to recruit him. So in the event that Maduro were to run away, instead of landing in Havana, he would land in Miami, thinking it was Havana, and we could take him off the plane and charge him with drug trafficking. The president, just a couple of weeks ago, went on national television and said that he had signed a covert action program. Let me tell you, there is nothing that the CIA does that is more highly classified.
This motherfucker's got a desk sitting on some ice cubes. I'm so jealous. As a news guy, I'm so jealous.
Than a covert action program. This was the first time in American history that a president ever announced one as he was signing it. The point being to put so much pressure on Maduro that he just gets up and runs away. So to overthrow him, what do you need to do? You need to secure the presidential palace. You need to take over the radio and television stations. You need to control the major intersections in Caracas. But most importantly, you need to have the military on your side. And the Venezuelan military is on the side of President Maduro.
Damn. How about this? Trump file points out Project 2020.
they're so on the side of President Maduro, they didn't put up a goddamn ounce of resistance to any of this. That's how loyal they are. Not a single helicopter even shot at. I mean, there's a disconnect here. There's a disconnect happening right now, and that theory that we just saw from Anonymous is really, really interesting, because that fills in some of the blanks here. Oh, they're so loyal. Oh, they're going to fight back. Not a single helicopter shot at. Not a single, troop killed in taking Maduro. It's all good. They just hand him on over.
5 suggests U.S. interference in Venezuela's government on 3 separate pages. If you are one of the few who think that an attack on Venezuela is meant to distract from the Epstein files and not part of a larger GOP goal, primarily oil, you are mistaken. So I actually think both things are true. Trump, the timing of this absolutely lines up with, yes, he is also trying to distract from the Epstein files. But Trump file is also correct here that, yes, the broader goal, this is not an accident. This is planned out. They've been open about this fact for a long time. They are American supremacists. They are fascists. They are imperialists. They are warmongers. They want to steal the oil. Look at this. Venezuela has swung from being one of the most prosperous, if not the most prosperous country in South America, to being one of the poorest. They go on to say, in the highlighted portion here, the next administration must take important steps to put Venezuela's communist abusers on notice. In a world on fire, a handful of nations require heightened attention. Some represent existential threats to the safety and security of the American people. Others threaten to hurt the U.S. economy. And others are wild cards whose full threat scope is unknown but nevertheless unsettling. The 5 countries on which the next administration should focus its attention and energy are China, Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and North Korea. So we're right back to the George W. Bush axis of evil shit. They mentioned Venezuela here. Span all tools at the disposal of the U.S. allies and partners to take care of Venezuela. So this is exactly what they wanted. More. The kidnapping of Maduro was very telling. For a start, they clearly paid off everyone in their way and ensured there would be no real resistance. So basically, bombing the parliament and going in all guns blazing was completely unnecessary and instead a message to the world. If it's that easy, then why do this at all? They obviously knew there would be no air defense active, that Maduro wouldn't be guarded from them. It seems there weren't even any sirens active in Caracas, yet the U.S. still decided it would bomb the parliament while it was at it. Just goes to show that there's no such thing as international law. Now we wait to see if Venezuela heads to a catastrophic civil war and whether the U.S. will leave or get bogged down there. Clearly a lot of unanswered questions right now, but one thing is obvious. This was done to send a message. Sam Stein says, just a reminder that Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, told Vanity Fair that a land strike in Venezuela would require congressional authorization. So internally, in the regime, they know, oh shit, he crossed a big bright red line here, and now he's opened himself to potential impeachment, to removal, to criminal charges at some point, to the 25th Amendment. Like, it's time to act, y'all. The fact that Susie Wiles said, oh yeah, we know we can't do this, and then they did this, wakey, 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 wakey. Democrats cannot afford to sit around with their thumbs up their asses anymore. Giannis Varoufakis says,
spoiler alert, they will continue to sit around with their thumbs up their asses, just waiting in silence for what they think is going to be a democratic election to put them back into power.
The empire strikes back, not just to grab oil and other riches, but fundamentally to hide its own weakness at home and to prepare the ground for subjugating.
I got to point this out. Giannis Varoufakis has been embarrassing himself for the last 2 years. He's got some great takes once in a while, but he has some absolutely abysmal takes. I know a lot of people who maybe for not paying full attention, they think, oh, this guy's a legitimate pundit. He's got some legitimate things to say, and that's the case sometimes, but a lot of the times, this guy is absolutely embarrassing himself with some really ridiculous takes. And I don't have time to get into it, but, I used to have a lot of, praise for Giannis Varoufakis. Then I started paying a little bit more attention, and the motherfucker embarrasses himself like every other month. He's saying something that's ludicrous.
Its own people in Chicago, Portland, New York City, etc. Meanwhile, a vassal Europe watches in silence. That's right. And Crystal made this point a long time ago. Trump will get more and more dangerous the more he loses his grip on power at home.
That's true.
And like I said, that 36% approval rating, he's at a historic low. And so what do? I got to try to reassert my dominance, reassert my power. Let me, as a bully, go pick on a smaller country. Start a new illegal regime change war and steal the natural resources and brag about it like the year is fucking 1532. Breakthrough News says, at the American Business Forum in Miami, exiled Venezuelan opposition figure and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado touts a massive privatization program for U.S. businesses elites should the U.S. carry out regime change in Venezuela.
You rarely see such an eager puppet. And she is a totally eager puppet. Please, Donald Trump, invade my country. You know, I mean, almost. It's not a direct quote, of course, but the fact that the Nobel Peace, organization gave this woman the prize, and then she immediately dedicated it to Donald Trump, and we're supposed to believe that the Nobel, the people in the Nobel organization didn't know any of that. It just further makes them irrelevant. I've said this for like a decade now. Nobel Peace Prize doesn't mean jack shit. And, they gave it to Barack Obama while he's dropping bombs. They heavily debated giving it to Donald Trump, but they instead chose her, a willing and open puppet to Donald Trump. And she, of course, wastes no time in her acceptance speech. I think she dedicates the prize to Donald Trump. And what we're supposed to expect, that the Nobel people didn't know that was going to happen. I mean, it's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. It's like, it's a gaslighting organization, handing out illegitimate legitimacy, to fucking puppets and other political people who have no interest in creating actual peace. Like, this is all about her. She wants to be the next Maduro. She wants to be a dictator. She wants to cram money in her pockets, and just like Chavez, and make her and her family obscenely rich. That's what this is about.
So, by the way, this psychopath got a Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump. She also begged Netanyahu to overthrow Maduro. She's begged for war in her own country. So here's what she said.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity.
So literally telling the oligarchs, literally telling the billionaires and the oil corporations, come on in, baby. Come on in. Make me your puppet leader in Venezuela, and you guys can loot and plunder and pillage.
Not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism.
Man, if the Joker was a female, dude, I mean, holy shit, was this intentional? The lighting, the makeup, the camera angle, holy shit! Back the camera up an inch. Holy shit.
Venezuela has two.
Doesn't she literally look like a demon? I don't know if it's the makeup or the lighting or whatever. She looks like a demon here.
1,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
Mehdi Hassan says the attacks on Venezuela were delayed by the attacks on Nigeria. Now give this man a damn peace prize. Somebody else tweeted, I'm starting to doubt the legitimacy of the FIFA Peace Prize. Yeah. Yeah, you don't say. So this is just insane. So they were trying to do it on New Year's Day. They were trying to do it on New Year's Day. But hey, sorry, we got to do another illegal bombing raid on an innocent village in Nigeria. Right. Okay? He's got wars.
Right. And that was the one that was supposed to be attacking ISIS in a region that, according to the locals, ISIS doesn't exist in. It didn't kill anybody, thankfully, and it apparently was just like a bomb in the middle of an open field. Like it wrecked some crops, apparently, or if it even did that. But people were like, super confused. What the fuck, right?
Interrupting other wars is the stage of decline that we're in right now. Adam Johnson says, the New York Times dutifully liberal washes Trump's bombing of Venezuela and abduction of its leader by embracing the captured framework.
She was that
Maduro
Nobel
isn't
Peace
wanted
Prize
by
winner,
any
yeah.
international or legitimate legal regime. His fugitive status is pure assertion by only one UN member state out of 193.
Yeah,
so look at
Swins.
this.
He's doing a pretty good
This
job.
is how the New York Times phrased it. U.S. captures Maduro, Trump says. Venezuelan leader flown out.
I mean, I've already disagreed with him a couple times on this, but, you know, overall, he's doing a pretty good job. You know, the most useful thing for me when it comes to Kyle is that he's all over Twitter. You know, he's covering all this stuff. Because, like, I refuse to use the fucking website. With that said, there's obviously breaking news happening there. So I do find it useful that he's the one going through Twitter, so I don't fucking have to. Goddamn cesspool.
Out of country after large-scale attack. No, the correct
Yeah,
word
welcome
is
back, Harry.
kidnapped or abducted. He was kidnapped or abducted. That's how you describe this. This is liberal washing. This is sane washing Trump. This is pretending like it's about freedom and liberty and democracy. Utter nonsense.
Yeah,
And the New York Times
because the word capture implies some kind of legality, right?
will not call a spade and say this is about natural resources, this is about oil, this is about mineral wealth, this is...
For those who don't know, Rupert Murdoch, the Rupert Murdoch Fox News adjacent corporation, owns the New York Times.
This is about enriching the billionaires who got his ass in office. They will not tell you the truth. They won't do it. And you got to come to outlets like this, an asshole on YouTube, to hear the truth, which
Straight
is
up.
disgusting. Shame on them.
Straight up.
Shame on them.
Straight up.
This is amazing. I want to show
Not
you
the
this.
paper of
So Terrence
record.
K. Williams says, I stand with President Donald Trump. I voted for him because I trust his judgment. I trust our commander-in-chief. President Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities, according to U.S. officials cited by CBS News. Keeping America safe comes first. That's what this guy said now.
Right.
On October
This
7th,
is
he said,
about keeping
and they
America
said Trump
safe.
would start
Sure.
wars.
Sure.
Anybody who is this deep in the MAGA cult and has chugged the Kool-Aid this aggressively is so fucking useless.
Useless.
They're so useless.
Yeah.
They've dedicated their lives to worshiping this fucking fat war criminal, fredophile rapist. Okay? Like, how absurd is this? So you're going to see a lot of this account, this account is, I'm sure, about to go ham with all the people who pretended like MAGA was anti-war, and now all of a sudden they're all pro-war. Okay?
Right.
Robert Inlakesh says, breaking, as the U.S. invades Venezuela, Israel launches airstrikes throughout Gaza. Missile strikes on Jabalia and Burej reported just now.
Right.
So what's happening is Israel is using the cover of this big news in the U.S.
Right. And as I reported, I think yesterday or the day before, whenever the last time I streamed, Israel has acknowledged the sovereignty of Somaliland and already made a deal, secured a deal to voluntarily migrate, aka ethnically displace, at least 1 million Palestinians living in Gaza. They've also secured over 50% of Gaza, and they're currently building and installing, I think over 10. I think it was 13. The number that I heard, military bases in Gaza. There's absolutely no desire whatsoever to return Gaza to the Palestinian people. It's just how can they do it? And without how can they do it in a way that doesn't where they can avoid as much political fallout from the UK and from the United States. And if they do it in this way, if they very slowly over the course of a couple of years at the point of a gun, force hundreds of thousands of Palestinians on a plane, drop them off into Somaliland, and they are successful in normalizing that, and they will, because the UK and United States media will go along with that. You're an anti-Semite if you don't.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
They will avoid the kind of political fallout that they would receive if they were just to go in and wipe them all out, kill them all, or create such a horrendous situation where the Palestinians in Gaza overwhelm the Egyptian border, let's say, and then pour into Egypt. If they're able to, kidnap and ethnically cleanse 1 million Palestinians in Gaza, dump them into Somaliland, the Western media will go along with it. Star Troopian, what's an anti-war Republican? I've never heard of that. Welcome back.
To do more terrorism and more damage and more genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. So as I've told you a million times over, that fake peace agreement Trump did was always totally fake, and Israel has consistently violated it all the time since they signed it and made a big deal about that. Tim Haynen says, Donald Trump is going to threaten to bomb a different country every 12 hours until he finds the one that will make everyone stop talking about how he raped kids. Trump File points out here, Fox News is really trying to blame the cartel for a military attack on Venezuela. 15 minutes later, they admitted it was our military. So the stuff, you are getting some all-time bangers coming out of Fox News today, man. Let me tell you, some all-time bangers, because they are all over the place. They're loving this, they're defending this, but they're also just flat out making shit up. So listen to this.
Perhaps Iran, because in the back and forth of the rhetoric, it was if the Iranian regime was trying to use in an asymmetric fashion a terrorist attack against the United States, and they were using their assets that they have in Venezuela, that could have been a trigger for this. If, say, the Venezuelans were preparing to attack U.S. forces, that could have been a preemptive strike against those forces as well. But the most interesting one, which also I think needs to be considered, is that it could be an internal or the cartels themselves trying to rise up to take out Maduro themselves, or internal.
Yeah, because, the cartels themselves have the world's most powerful military helicopters and fighter jets and weaponry and bombs. I mean, this is insane.
Or the cartels themselves trying to rise up to take out Maduro themselves, or internal, a military coup, not unlike how Hugo Chavez first tried to come to power. So all of the above still in the cards. The only losers in the end of this, if the regime actually collapses, is the Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians at the end of the day. And the Venezuelan people, I think, no matter what happens, I think they will have a better future free of this narco state that they've been living under for the last couple of decades.
I'm sure. Just like the people of the U.S. the people of Iraq are going to have a great time after we topple Saddam.
What's that? Great, folks.
What's that? 4 million lost their homes. What's that? Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died.
The price of nothing goes down.
Oops. I mean, God, I hate these people so much, but that's insane. Maybe the cartels did it.
Their
We
job.
did it. Never mind. We did it, and it's awesome. Hooray! Oh, my God. Adam Johnson says, I would simply like my country to stop starving and killing people, and I would like the U.S. liberals to stop aiding this regime of violence by constantly propping up its moral logic and acting as if there's some human rights or democratic or international order the U.S. is defending. He says, one would think Gaza would have ended this fiction. One would also think Trump's out-in-the-open brazen imperialism would have ended this fiction. But it's a fiction that is simply too big to fail, and without it, there's too many...
It doesn't end until there's actual ramifications, and that's where the economy comes in. Everyone will have disagreed with this once the dollar is no longer the reserve currency. But until that day happens, and it's not like I'm cheering it on, because we're talking about hundreds, I think tens of millions of people, however many people living in America. We're talking about all of their quality of life being reduced. And it's, for some people, that's going to be the difference between having a roof over your head and living in the gutter.
Many people who wouldn't know how to engage reality. If the people carrying out the acts of imperial violence don't care about democracy, it's entirely lost on me what use it is to register one's opinion on this dynamic. It's irrelevant. No one actually making these decisions gives a shit. So what is it other than fart sniffing? That's exactly right. And this is what the New York Times has been doing. Sane washing and liberal washing, the worst horrific imperialist.
If you're old enough to remember Iraq and Afghanistan, New York Times was, happy to go along with it, pretending like there's some kind of legitimate opposition while sane washing. We didn't have that term back then, but that's exactly what they were doing,
Warmonger, bloodthirsty crimes we've ever seen. Me and the boys on the way to war because Taylor Swift and Beyonce told a bunch of uninformed white chicks, to vote for Kamala. Poorly aged things. All the memes about, bro, Trump is anti-war and Kamala's pro-war, bro. She's going to give us World War III. That's what she's going to give us World War III. Here's Trump delivering us World War III. And seemingly a new war on a weekly basis.
You never want to go full
he bombs
retard,
a new country.
Folks.
Just so ludicrous. By the way, as I talk to you right now, Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreath is talking. I have News Nation on in the background. And they're currently sucking themselves off over their war crimes and their imperialism. Yeah. All right. I posted this one. Remember when the @GOP Twitter account said, vote the pro-peace ticket, vote Trump and Vance. And there's this big smug-ass picture, the pro-peace ticket. Yes, we love peace. And by peace, I mean bombing anybody and everybody.
Ironically, you could replace this picture, leave the text in place, and replace this picture with Obama or Hillary or Kamala, and it would mean similar things. Now, would Kamala invade invade Venezuela? Likely no. But would Gaza? It would be on the table at least for consideration, especially if it was Hillary Clinton sitting in that seat. She's a massive war hawk, and like I said, this invasion of Venezuela is a neoliberal. Is something that the neoliberal establishment is interested in achieving. But would they be doing it in this way? Probably not. But the idea that the other side, that the Democrats are pro-peace, ludicrous. It's just totally ludicrous.
How come every time these two meet, a new war starts, and it's the picture of Trump and Netanyahu, who literally did just meet?
That's a good one.
Yeah, weird, isn't it? Weird, isn't it? Adam Johnson says, could have been Azerbaijan or Sweden, so the New York Times is right to hedge here. And he's showing a New York Times title that says, Venezuela accuses the U.S. of carrying out attacks on the Capitol. Really? That's what we're going with? They accuse the U.S. of doing it? You didn't have the fucking cojones to tell the truth and point out, of course, it's the U.S. You needed, like, Pete Kegsbreath to verify it before you said it. They accused the U.S. So, in other words, if Trump and Pete Kegsbreath came out and said, actually, that wasn't even us, bro, the New York Times would have said, the U.S. denies involvement. This is not journalism. This is not reporting. This is not truth-telling. You're stenographers to power. You're little bitches. You refuse to actually be honest for once in your fucking lives. Guys, I went through this already with the war in Iraq.
Yeah.
We went through it already. Where the media
like
was
flashbacks.
like routinely dishonest. They could not tell the truth even though everybody knew the truth. Right? And so, again, now at least you have outlets like this one where I'll tell you the truth and there's others who will tell you the truth. But, like, people...
And it was so difficult to bring any of this up because it was, right after 9/11. And, a good majority of people were rah, rah, rah. We got to respond. We need to respond.
People shouldn't have to look for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it should be the default that the truth is spoken. But the paper of record refuses to do it. All right, more. So Trump went on Fox and Friends. He went on Fox and Friends. He's giving a speech right now as I'm recording this. By the way, Crystal texted me and said he sounds like absolute shit. So, his health problems are definitely catching up to him. His fucking, his record on Earth, like the last things he's known for are going to be starting like multiple new psychotic wars. But he sounds like shit, apparently. But he was on Fox and Friends earlier, and boy, oh boy, did we get some amazing clips. So here's Aaron Rupar says, Trump to Fox and Friends on the raid that captured Maduro, quote, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. If you would have seen the speed, the violence, it was an amazing thing. Look at this. Look at what Grandpa says.
So you've had quite a busy
Zero
evening.
resistance.
Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was
the speed, the violence. Was even a gun fired? You know what I mean? I bet there was like maybe a flashbang, but was there even a single bullet, fired from a gun? What violence? Guy was handed over without any resistance, it seems.
very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals.
So not in the Situation Room where all the stuff is protected, literally sitting in Mar-a-Lago watching it like he says, like a TV show. Fucking senile grandpa sundowning, watching fucking death and destruction that he's unleashing on innocent people.
Everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were massive.
Like no one's ever seen.
The number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters.
We've seen this before,
different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation.
God, I'm tired of
them.
them.
They just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into,
I love how it says, and the banner at the bottom, Trump, U.S. captured Venezuelan dictator Maduro. I would love to see China or Iran, capture U.S. dictator Trump and brings him to justice by letting him have a trial in their country. Again, this is the world that they're creating, but they're too stupid to think it through to its conclusion, to understand what if the shoe's on the other foot, to understand, like, hey, you're laying a precedent here, and that matters. You don't just get to say, I get to do it, and you don't. That's not how it works.
And they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it.
To be accurate, though, sometimes that is how it works, right? What what punishment did Dick Cheney and George Bush have to deal with for their military adventurism? You know what I mean? And that's why accountability, a justice system that is actually functioning, checks and balances. That's why those things are so important, because unfortunately the reality is sometimes they do get away with it. The weak suffer what they must. Indeed.
You were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world. Okay, I've done some pretty good ones, but I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that...
bragging about all the wars he started.
I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side is really amazing.
So what are the injuries? That's crazy. So U.S. soldiers got injured, and you just brush by that. By the way, just so you know, I always listen to stuff on one.
Probably people tripping and falling, and the usual kind of injuries when a military operation happens. That's probably what he's talking about.
0.25 times speed, as I'm sure most of you guys who watch this know. So even on that speed, he sounded like shit. So if I had a normal speed, he would be dragging like a motherfucker through that stuff. By the way, he's doing all this, and then he's going to try to go, make his tea time. More Trump on Democrats. Here's what he says. Here's how he says, Democrats should be praising me. They should be praising me for starting another illegal regime change war.
Well, wait around a couple days, and we just might see that. We just might see these establishment Democrats not come out and say, he's the greatest ever, but they would do things like oh well, you got to give him credit on this one, and that kind of stuff, because as I've mentioned before, the neoliberal Democrats, they've wanted this.
Maybe they'll take a shot. They'll take a shot. Oh, all they do is complain. They don't talk about. They should say, you know what, we did a great job. We're stopping drugs from coming into this country.
Total lie.
And nobody's been able to do it until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. The same old stuff.
Literally mocking the Constitution. Could you imagine a Democratic president mocking the Constitution, how the right would react?
Literally.
It'd be a 24/7 meltdown for a week straight on Fox News.
That we've been hearing for years and years and years.
All right. How about this one? Fox and Friends. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry? And yet again, Trump is going to say the quiet part loud.
The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. We were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal. This was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and we're prepared. And
seemingly, the reality is that the strikes were totally unnecessary. As Anonymous was mentioning, alluding to death theater. It seemingly, if Anonymous is correct, and that this was premeditated, and that's why he was handed over without any deaths or not a single helicopter shot out of the sky. These airstrikes were totally unnecessary.
Frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
Isn't it crazy that this guy pretended to criticize George W. Bush over the Iraq War, and now he's doing this? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, he's a hypocrite.
People have the memory of a fucking goldfish.
Yeah,
all right, more Fox and Friends. Will you throw your support behind the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado? And here is his answer.
Will you, Mr. President, throw your support behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro? Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know.
So this is actually kind of fascinating because I was expecting him to say, of course, we back her, right? But he didn't say that, which then begs the question, all right, well, did you leave the VP in control? Did you leave the defense minister, right? Did you make a behind the scenes.
Yeah, because it's easier, you know, it's less work if the vice president is a willing puppet, and you know, because that has the veneer of legitimacy, of legality, you know, and it requires less work than installing another puppet. Because if you install another puppet, then you have to have that puppet talk about, you know, to placate the people. They have to start talking about, you know, an election at some point. But if you just allow the vice president to take over, and everything can have this veneer of legality, makes it even easier.
Deal with them where they are now going to let U.S. corporations and billionaires fucking plunder and pillage and loot and steal the oil and stuff. And so since they're allowing that, you're going to allow the VP to be president? Like, there's so many unanswered questions now because of how this went down. It's either a secret deal or it's extreme incompetence. We know there's also just extreme pettiness and viciousness and criminality, because why would you attack basically the gravesite of Hugo Chavez, a former president there, who's, you know, beloved by the public? Why would you do that? Right? So there's all sorts of weird things going on here. It's very bizarre that he's not just supporting this person who was begging for the regime change all along, who the U.S. was working with. The other thing is, remember, in the first term, they pretended like this guy, Juan Guaido, was president of Venezuela when he wasn't. And so are they going to try to bring back Juan Guaido?
That's what I was
Do they like him more?
earlier.
Are they going to kick Maria Corina Machado to the side and say, we're going to go with this guy? I don't know. A lot of open questions still.
Know about what kind of an election that was, but you know, the election of Maduro was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was.
By the way, I'm watching in the background right now. One of the generals is giving a speech on this, which, by the way, he should be locked up. He's a criminal. He should be locked up. This is wildly illegal. This is unacceptable. You're trampling over U.S. law and international law. What a fucking disgrace this man is. But as he's giving a speech, Trump is in the background standing there. His eyes are like 90% shut. So, you know, the sundowning fucking psychopath is falling asleep as they discuss the new war they got us into.
Well, he's been up since 5 a.m. watching his
2024 was
invasion.
too big to rig. But what he did was, I mean, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020.
Bro, he's talking about how the 2020 election was rigged, he says. Meanwhile, Jack Smith just the other day validated Trump would be going to prison if he was able to finish doing his job as a special investigator. This is unbelievable.
Our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone
He's
knows
still
that.
babbling about the election.
And now
Welcome
it's
back,
come out,
Rebel
and
Phoenix.
it's come out even in a legal form. But it was disgraceful. He had
Flipping the truth exactly on its head. The opposite came out, that you were trying to steal the election, and he lies and flips it.
It was a rigged election. And the people have no love for him, that's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any
There's
loyalty.
literally Venezuelans in the street now protesting this illegal attack on their sovereignty.
He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough, and the people can't believe they got so lucky.
What? Okay, just insane. So here is Jeremy Corbyn. He comments on this.
This is the behavior of a cowboy state, not the behavior of a member of the UN Security Council. So it needs to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. I hope the British government will do just that. The US believing it has an inalienable right to do anything it wishes in any what they call Western Hemisphere country, which obviously means all of Latin America. Is it next going to be Cuba that they go into, or what is next after this? This is an opportunity for the British government to say very clearly, if it does believe in international law, then clearly what the US has done is illegal. It is illegal to invade a country for regime change, as happened in the case of Iraq.
There's Jeremy Corbyn. We got more. Here's Jeremy Corbyn talking about it in Parliament.
Could the Minister be very clear?
To an empty parliament.
What the US is doing is illegal in bombing vessels at sea, in both international waters and potentially in territorial waters. The harassment of Trinidadian fishing communities likewise, and the now threat of bombardment on the Venezuelan mainland is completely illegal within all sections of international law. Has the British government made any representations to the US on this? And what role did the British government play at the United Nations in the discussions about this? And does he accept this is an incredibly dangerous, massive build-up of military force in the Caribbean that can only be dangerous not just to the people of Venezuela, but the people of every other country and island within the region? Surely there should be some move towards peace rather than allowing this military confrontation to develop.
So he's going in here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Right Honourable Gentleman brings considerable experience of Latin American issues to this House. On the legal position, I don't think I have very much more to add. Clearly, there has been extensive reporting over the last few days of some specific US strikes.
Translation: we don't know what these psychos are doing. We don't know what's going on.
Reiterate to the right honourable gentleman that they were not strikes in which the UK had any role, so we're not in a position to provide the fuller explanation that we would had we been involved, which we were not.
That just shows you how insane Trump is. That now you have. It used to be the case that they would like openly say, "Of course, we were part of this mission, and this mission was great, and it was honorable, and it was the right thing to do." Now they're like, "Who, me, bro? Me? I don't even know about what they're doing, bro. I didn't even hear about this till you heard about it at the same time you heard it, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, bro."
Keir Starmer.
Now they're running and hiding too, because they're like, "Hey, man, I don't want anything to do with this. People are going to end up in prison for this."
And on his wider question about his views about build-up in the region, I think the House has heard them.
Lula says, the bombings on Venezuelan territory and the capture of its president cross an unacceptable line. 3 acts represent a most serious affront to Venezuela's sovereignty and yet another extremely dangerous precedent to the entire international community. Attacking countries in flagrant violation of international law is the first step toward a world of violence, chaos, and instability where the law of the strongest prevails over multilateralism. The condemnation of the use of force is consistent with the position that Brazil has always adopted in recent situations in other countries and regions. The action recalls the worst moments of interference in the politics of Latin America and the Caribbean and threatens the preservation of the region as a zone of peace. The international community, through the United Nations, needs to respond vigorously to this episode. Brazil condemns these actions and remains available to promote the path of dialogue and cooperation. So, clear condemnation from Lula, the president of Brazil.
Ain't happening.
Take a look at this. So, J.D. Vance says, and PSA for, of course, he can't help but do this like smug Gen X / millennial way of speaking, right? And PSA for everyone saying this was illegal. Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United
Just thought I'd mention the term narco-terrorism doesn't make any sense. And has been, I think it was created by the Trump administration for the purposes of this regime change. But if you think about it, it actually doesn't make any sense, because what is terrorism? It's violence in the purpose of changing politics or for a political motivation. And what is narco, right? Those are drugs. So, what they're trying to say is that, people are committing terrorism for cocaine dealers, for cocaine and heroin and fentanyl. It's a ludicrous word. It doesn't even make any fucking sense. Basically just saying, drug dealers are committing terrorism so that they can deal drugs, and obviously drug dealers, they don't operate like that. It's just such a ridiculous term, narco terrorism. It literally doesn't make any sense.
States because you live in a palace in Caracas. James says the following: this argument means that anytime a president wants to invade a country legally, he just has to get his DOJ to indict the country's leader. It makes Congress's power to declare war totally meaningless. Yeah. By the way, somebody should ask J.D. Vance, hey, shouldn't we go and arrest Netanyahu right this fucking second, since there's a warrant for his arrest? And according to the ICC and the ICJ and every international body, this guy's a fucking war criminal committing a genocide. Shouldn't he be arrested right now? Maduro, whatever you think of Maduro's so-called crimes, no evidence of any of it, right? But what Netanyahu's done objectively by any metric is way fucking worse. Should he get arrested? How about your boss? Should he be arrested by China or Russia? Because, hey, we indicted him in our country. So is that how this works? What a fucking child. This is Ivy League educated. And this is the sort of slop this motherfucker feeds you. He's so desperate.
He knows what he's doing.
Tickles Trump's taint on a daily basis, desperately trying to get a run of relevance so that he can climb the fucking ladder and get his fat ass in the White House.
Say, rebel.
Which, by the way, he has no riz. He has no fucking sauce. He's got no aura. He's not capable of leading a giant fucking movement. What a joke. The guy's embarrassing.
Yeah, well, that might be relevant if we lived in a democracy.
The guy's got, the X Factor that some people have? It's like this default charisma. He's got, anti-X Factor. He talks, everybody runs away. Everybody's like, shut the fuck up, Pudgy. We don't want to hear from you. Right? Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate this guy so much. He can't help but be like a smug asshole as the pro-peace ticket suddenly launches another fucking war. He can't, excuse me, or did you just call this illegal? How dare you? This is the most illegal thing I've ever seen in my life. Then we get this. Now Trump is also threatening Mexico.
I wonder, Mr. President, though, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels
That's a total lie.
Running Mexico.
Yeah, that's a lie.
And we could be politically correct.
A billionaire cartel is running this country. The military-industrial complex, Zionists, and a billionaire cartel are running this country. The AI tech oligarchs, they're running this country. Claudia Sheinbaum is running her country. Unlike you, you're not running our country.
To be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No,
Now,
she's...
one thing that is relevant, though, is that the Mexican government is definitely influenced by the cartels, and Gloria Sheinbaum definitely has cartels that she's more friendly with. That is true.
You know, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico.
What did
her
Pierre
numerous
Poilievre
times,
have to say?
would you like us to take out the cartels? No, 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 Mr. President. No, 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 please.
I asked her, can I bomb your sovereign country at targets that have nothing to do with any of this? Do you mind if I start bombing randomly in your country? And she said, no, I don't want that. What? Shocking. She doesn't want her country illegally and offensively bombed by you fucking idiots? It's the same people who are blowing up fishermen on a daily basis in the Caribbean, murdering innocent people. Shocking. They don't want you bombing in their country either. Weird. I thought they would love that. Yes, please bomb our innocents. We would love that. Yes, please bomb our fucking power plants and our schools and our hospitals and shit like that, and then lie about it and say that you got the cartels. Please do that.
So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost.
You just pardoned a narco trafficker who sent $20 billion of cocaine into this country. The former president of Honduras. But since he's friends with the billionaires and the oligarchs, and he's letting them build their fucking shitty, fake utopian city, you let this guy get away with it. So don't tell me about drug bullshit. This has nothing to do with drugs.
To drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Something's going to have to be done. So now, the guy who just bombed Nigeria, he just bombed Iran, he just bombed Somalia, he just bombed Yemen.
And it's
now
really,
he's doing regime change.
something else, because he's already taken a victory lap. He's like, it's already one and done. It's already over. You know, I already got the dub, so we're gonna move on to Mexico. It's really something else. It took George Bush several years to claim mission accomplished, and Donald Trump's claiming mission accomplished minutes later. It's wild.
In Venezuela, now he's saying Mexico's next. Mexico's next.
It's not
this
just
guy is
the oil,
the worst
but the
warmonger
oil's a big
in modern
part,
history,
Rebel.
and it's not even fucking close. There's not even the attempt to say, here's why this makes sense. Here's why this is reasonable. This is so beyond the pale, bro. Our one of our top allies, our neighboring country, he's like, yeah, we're just going to go start bombing there too. He's got to be impeached. He's got to be removed. He's got to be criminally charged or hit him with the 25th Amendment. Get him the fuck out of there. Get him out of there. Now, here's Tom Cotton. Here's what he says.
You said you spoke with Secretary Rubio this morning. Can I ask you, Senator, was Congress or any of the committees notified in advance notice of this operation?
Not in advance, and that's probably one reason why it didn't leak over these 4 days, because they were waiting for the right weather. But let me just make an analogy here. Again, Congress isn't notified when the FBI is going to arrest a drug trafficker or a cyber criminal here in the United States, nor should Congress be notified.
Because this is the same thing. Invading and kidnapping the president of a sovereign country is just the same thing as the FBI arresting a drug dealer. You know, I know they deliver it with confidence. They deliver it with like this smug assurance, you know, that this is just common sense. But be very wary of people, of politicians framing anything as common sense.
When the executive branch is executing arrests on indicted persons. And that's really what you can make the analogy to here. In fact, the FBI is part of this operation, part of the arrest of Maduro and his wife, who were indicted here in the United States. So Congress doesn't need to be notified every time the executive branch is making an arrest. And that's exactly what happened this morning in Venezuela. And now,
you know, Seneca, I don't know anymore. I used to have some faith in the military establishment not allowing itself to be used like this. I mean, the Bush thing was one thing, and like that took a lot of work. At least I thought it took a lot of work to convince the military establishment to engage in the illegal invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. But now I'm not so sure. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth there, they purged the military preemptively of anybody that might be seen as principled, that would, they've vilified the messaging coming from certain Democrats about obeying your oath and not following illegal orders, and they said that's treasonous. I'm not, we see the military, happily and silently, seemingly, I don't know about happily, but at the very least silently, going along with, the military occupation of Washington, D.C., the attempted military occupation of other so-called liberal states. And, the Supreme Court says you're not allowed to do that, so they pulled back for now. I no longer have faith in the military, to, the military leadership to actually take these oaths seriously, to take themselves seriously. They seem like willing participants in illegal activity. And there's no other way to put it, right? It doesn't seem like Trump had to convince them, much at all. Just, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is what I do. Yes, sir. Where's the resignations? We've gotten a few, last year, but where's the dissent? Where's the pushback? I just don't see it.
Maduro is going to come to the United States and he's going to face justice.
So he's cucking himself to the regime. He's saying, I know that this is my responsibility to declare a war. I'm fine with sidestepping that. I'm fine with giving that away.
Yeah,
and
clutch
he's
cargo,
doing
absolutely.
This is exactly what I warned you would happen.
Willing
and
tools
it's happening
of the
right
fascist
now.
regime.
What I told you is
your average
they
police
would
officer.
use the fact that they call Maduro a narco-terrorist. That's very purposeful. And they're doing that to basically sidestep the fact that Congress needs to declare a war. Yeah. And then what they'll say is, hey, look, we already have an authorization for use of military force.
And this, this reflects their strategy overall, right? They're not introducing new constitutional amendments to make Donald Trump a dictator. They're just reinterpreting the Constitution. They're doing things like reinterpreting the civil rights laws as pro-white instead of pro-ethnic, right? It's just reinterpreting things. They don't need and this was outlined in Project 2025. You don't need to destroy. You don't need to like pass a law and get it passed through Congress to destroy the Department of Education. You just underfund the Department of Education to make it technically irrelevant. And that's what we see here. We don't need to make a new law or make a new declaration on on this or that. We just redefine the terms, right? Or make up, in this case with narco-terrorism, make up the term. And then you're off to the races. There's already pre-existing authorization to go after drug dealers and the like. So there you go. This is the strategy.
In the early 2000s, with
go right
the war
around the
on
law,
terror,
reinterpret what the
well,
law
now
means.
We are saying Maduro is a terrorist.
You don't even go around it.
So now that
the law stays
authorization
in
for use
place.
of military force
It
in the
just
early
means something
2000s,
else.
that applies today for Venezuela. I don't care that was about Al-Qaeda. I don't care that was about the people who attacked us on 9/11. What do they share in common? Well, we're declaring Al-Qaeda are terrorists, and we're declaring Maduro is a terrorist, a narco-terrorist. So we don't need any further action from Congress, and we can do regime change, and you can shut the fuck up about it. That's their dirty trick. The other trick is exactly what he's saying here. Oh, no. This was just a law enforcement operation. That's all it was. This was like part of... They're mixing the war on terror and the war on drugs into one fucking monstrous creation. That's what this is. They're mixing the war on terror and the war on drugs, and they're saying, Congress, shut the fuck up. Rule of law no longer applies. We have special emergency powers. We can do regime change, and there's nothing you can say about it. Nothing whatsoever. Now, by the way, I have absolutely stunning breaking news. Trump said, and I quote, "We're going to run Venezuela for now. We're going to run Venezuela for now." This is beyond dystopian. The same guy, he sent $40 billion to Argentina, to the fucking fail-son freak show in Argentina, the anarcho-capitalist loser who looks like he's on the brink of having a mental breakdown any given moment, Malay. Send him $40 billion. Send Israel tens of billions of dollars, right? At the same time, Inflation's going up in this country. Unemployment's going up in this country. 34% of the entry-level jobs are now gone because ChatGPT has taken them. They're openly saying AI is going to take your jobs. Like, there's going to be no more jobs because AI is going to take it. So you have the economy's fucking falling apart. People in this country are struggling. They cut the food stamp program. They also cut the money that was supposed to go to food banks. 94 million pounds of food aid that was supposed to go to food banks. 18 million people got kicked off Medicaid. So you're losing your jobs, you're losing your health care, and Trump's saying, oh, we're going to go ahead and run Venezuela from now on. We're going to give more money to Argentina, we're going to run Venezuela, we're going to give more money to Israel, we're going to totally ignore the American people who are struggling severely, and you guys will love me for this, won't you? What is wrong with you? Like, seriously, what is wrong with you? Or do you have, like, fucking oatmeal in your brain? Is it fucking figgy pudding or porridge in your fucking brain? Are you begging for revolt? Are you begging for the Republican Party to get wiped out of existence? Because that's what's going to happen. I've never seen anything like this before.
Breaking news in Venezuela.
Somebody this fucking disconnected. The U.S. will run Venezuela for now, is what he said. Remember who else he said this about? Gaza. And they're doing it, by the way. We're going to take over Gaza. We're going to take over Gaza. That's what we're going to do. And they're doing it. So, sorry, we have to run the rest of the world as you fucking starve and you can't pay the bills and your job gets taken away and your healthcare gets taken away and your premium skyrockets. Sorry, it is what it is. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. And let's end on this one. Adam Johnson says, would love for any of these U.S. government stenographers to explain why they are all using captured rather than abducted. Maduro isn't wanted by any international or legitimate legal regime. Only one out of 193 UN member states view him as a fugitive. The one that kidnapped him. So yes, Natasha Bertrand, New York Times.
You know, not that any hypocrisy really needs to be pointed out, but if this, if this was a Russian operation or a Chinese operation and they were saying this is about drugs and narco terrorism, they're people from the United States media, the Western media would be calling it what it is, an abduction, a kidnapping, etc. But this goes back. I mean, this goes all the way back to Vietnam when it was, when it was decided, hey, we got to do something about the media. The media is being too honest about, our military operations. We need to capture this media. And that's where the degradation of the free press kind of began. The capture of the fourth estate kind of began. And, and we see the fruits of that labor right here because they're all in lockstep, even MS Now and CNN using captured instead of abducted.
CNN, all these people are going, Maduro and his wife were dragged from their bedroom by the U.S. forces during the raid that led to their capture. It's not a capture. It's not a fucking capture. Let's use our words correctly. This is a war crime. This is an illegal and offensive invasion. This is a regime change. Yeah. This is completely unacceptable. And anybody who's not telling you that is a fucking liar. Anybody who's not telling you that is a fucking liar. That's right. All right, thank you guys for joining me.
All right, big props to Kyle Kulinski. Stole his whole show, but obviously it was very important to do so. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, thank you, Kyle Kulinski, for allowing me to do this, giving me strict written permission to do this, because that's what you've done. No, I'm lying. If Kyle Kulinski does have a problem with it, I would respectfully say too bad, so sad. His coverage was too critical. News doesn't deserve to be copywritten. So I apologize if he's offended that I stole his entire show, but I'll do it. I'll do it again, man. You know what I mean? This shit is too important to be worrying about exclusivity on who's covering what. He does a great job covering this. He combed through Twitter and gave us kind of a recap of a bunch of news. Because he started way before I did at 12 o'clock. So thank you again to Kyle Kulinski. Make sure, folks, you're adding Kyle Kulinski to your algorithm. Here's the link right here. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. At the very least, give the video a like. Help the guy out because the algorithm fights back against real politics. So make sure you're liking. If you do feel the desire, go ahead and click that subscribe button as well because he does great work. Hopefully you would agree. We're not done yet. We're going to keep it moving here. We got some breaking news. Wanted to cover this right here. Maduro arrives in the U.S. to face new criminal charges. This was 46 minutes ago on the corporate compromised MS Now network. Let's go ahead and have a watch.
I do think what we're seeing right now is President Maduro. I saw a hand on a head as they were coming out of the plane, which suggests that maybe somebody's in handcuffs. So if we're and there's video being taken of this person coming down the stairs. So I'm going to guess that is a social media person that's going to post a video of Maduro, who we see gingerly going down the stairs right now, unless that is his. It could be his wife. It's just very hard to tell. Again, it's 5:23 here on the East Coast, and night has fallen, so the only illumination we have is the stairway, and it's not providing quite a lot of detail.
Is it necessary to black bag this guy like this? I guess, yeah. So it's theater, right? We gotta keep up the illusion that this is a dangerous narco terrorist, and treat him like Hannibal Lecter, right? We see this in America quite a bit. A good example is how they treated Luigi Mangione versus how they treated the person who attempted the assassination on Donald Trump. Two completely different, ways to handle it, and it's a type of theater to further delegitimize him, and reinforce this idea that he's a quote unquote narco terrorist, whatever the hell that is, right?
I guess we'll have to wait to see what that social media video, which I presume is being taken, will show us a bit later. But this does appear to be either Maduro or his wife coming down these stairs. I do also want to bring in former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. He's also the former U.S. ambassador to the
John fucking Bolton. Yeah, this is going to be interesting because he's spent his entire career defending actions just like this. If this were Iran, John Bolton would be clapping. So like it's going to be interesting to hear what that ghoul has to fucking say. And isn't it interesting that MS Now, supposedly a liberal news organization, is going to reach out to a right-wing neoconservative like John Bolton? Why? Because Trump doesn't like him. So he must be legitimate now. Let's not get it twisted. John Bolton is just as evil or more evil than Dick fucking Cheney. But on MS Now and CNN and other places, he's an expert. You see this on LBC and other places as well. He gets treated like he's just another expert on geopolitics. His hands are fucking caked in blood.
UN. So, Ambassador Bolton, thank you very much for joining us, number one. As we watch this, help me understand what we should know about the inner workings of this administration, this national security team, and why they'd want to do this.
Well, I think this obviously tracks back to what happened in the first Trump term when we tried to overthrow Maduro and his regime. So
right. So that was the first Trump term, not Obama's term. There was definitely something that happened during Obama's term, but I'm getting my dates a little mixed up. But this, the whole stealing, like literally stealing the president, that was the one where it was like failed. They got him on a plane, then they had to turn the plane around or something, and then they just gave him back to the country. And they had the puppet ready to install. He was like literally on the outside of the gates, if I remember the scene correctly. It was sloppy. It was half-handed. It was incompetent.
I'm happy that Maduro is walking down those steps. It's long overdue.
See what I mean? John Bolton. Yeah. I'm going to have to tiptoe around the fact that I totally want regime change and I totally think this is awesome. But for me to keep my anti-Trump bona fides, I'm going to have to throw some criticism in there. These are so-called experts that MS Now, wants to call up, and why we're supposed to be considered. We're supposed to consider these people to be experts on this stuff. The very definition of neoconservative, geopolitical American nationalism. Is John Bolton, and here he is being presented by a so-called liberal network as an expert on the situation.
But I think we have to distinguish between Maduro on the one hand and the regime on the other. Facts are scarce here, but it looks to me like the regime is still in power, and Trump has dealt it a body blow to the opposition this afternoon by saying that Mrs. Machado, the de facto leader, is not popular and perhaps not the person to take over if, in fact, the regime.
So he's totally down for installing this creepy female version of the Joker as a puppet, right? This is who John Bolton is. And will MS now push back on any of this? Will they point out the hypocrisy? No, of course not.
Does fall. That shows the completely confused way in which the administration, with the exception of the Pentagon, has approached this.
Do you have a sense, I mean, you said that you guys wanted to do this back during the first administration. I want to ask you, number one, who was really behind that push? And number two, was there ever a plan in place for what happens after Maduro is gone? And again, this does appear to be Maduro in the middle of this scrum in what looks like maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and handcuffed, and it appears maybe he's still blindfolded in a gray sweatshirt, which would...
All these fucking cops, he's limping. He's limping. He's like, what, a 60, 70-year-old man? All these fucking cops, three social media goons, you know, I'm sure they're, you know, Fox News and the rest of them, you know, Newsmax. It's theater. What we're witnessing is theater.
Likely come off as blue, given the daylight scenario.
Like 100 cops. It could have been done with one person. One person, one cameraman. It's intentional.
The lack of daylight over there. Again, Ambassador Bolton, who is behind the push? Who really wanted him out? And then number two, was there ever a plan for day two?
Well, I think the problem in the first term, a lot of the president's senior advisors wanted to work with the opposition to overthrow Maduro, who had stolen the 2018 election in Venezuela, just like he recently stole the 2024 election. Our problem was that...
I don't know how much truth of how true that is, but like I said before earlier, Maduro is no friend to democracy. There's likely... It might be true. Might be true that he stole these elections. He was absolutely a dictator, Maduro.
Trying to keep Trump's attention to it. And there was extensive planning led by Larry Kudlow, who was chairman of the National Economic Council, working with the opposition for the day after. I'm not sure that's happened here, but I can tell you there was no talk about taking over the country, although I will say I looked in my book just for his story's sake, and in August of 2018, Trump said to me with respect to Venezuela, and I quote, "It's really part of the United States." So this has been on his mind for some time.
He mentioned oil a whole lot.
Serenity fucking
Were you
now.
surprised by that?
No, he mentioned oil in the first term as well, and that was on his mind. People should remember that when Trump tells everybody how opposed he was to the Iraq war that George W. Bush launched to overthrow Saddam Hussein, Trump, not always, but very frequently would say, well, you know, if we had gotten the oil, it would be a different thing. That's how he approaches this. It's like an economic transaction to him.
Right. Right. Thank you so much, warmonger, neocon, John Bolton. Jesus. No shame. There's no shame. Let's hear what sexiest man on planet Earth, Zoran Mamdani, has to say about this.
I called the president and spoke with him directly to register my opposition to this act and to make clear that it was an opposition based on being opposed to a pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international.
What is this woman doing holding up the sign? I mean, clearly they're there to talk about other things, but, you know, what do you, okay, whatever.
National law and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, he's the mayor of New York. There's not much, you know, it's not like he's running the military there, but he voiced his opposition directly to Donald Trump. I mean, I don't know. Is there much more he could do?
Well, the protests that you saw were basically from a little...
Venezuelan VP Rodriguez's speech contradicts Trump's claims. We should be very wary about this because, he's likely speaking towards the Venezuelans and not exactly towards the West and Western media. So we have to remember that, the things that he's going to be saying are going to be strategic along those lines.
Well, the protests that you saw were basically from a little base of voters or supporters that Maduro, the regime of Maduro still have. It wasn't very popular. Like we can see in the images, there weren't a lot of people. It wasn't a massive turnout. What we've seen is a lot of people trying to go out to buy groceries, to try to purchase water, to in huge lines to go and fill their tanks with gasoline. So this is pretty much what we've seen on the streets. On the other side, well, people are very much concerned of what's going on, what will go on in the country in the coming days after Trump's speech and after Delcy Rodriguez's speech. There's a state of commotion, anxiousness, and even confusion in Venezuela at the moment.
Right. Now, the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, gave an address today saying, quote, "We are ready to defend Venezuela." Let's first take a listen to what she said.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. The only president of Venezuela.
It's really hard to take this serious because if they truly meant this, there would have been active resistance already. And we haven't seen a single missile, a single bullet fired in opposition to this. But they're like, well, you better give them back, and if you don't, then we're going to resist. I mean, sure, that's a possibility, but it just don't get why they took his wife. I think a bargaining chip. They want they want his cooperation, right? Her being free and speaking to the media could hurt their effort to install a puppet, because she might be seen as, his analog, probably has something to do with that.
Venezuela is President Nicolas Maduro. In national unity, the Venezuelan people will find the path to peace and tranquility.
Invade a hospital.
So what else did Rodriguez say? And is everything then in place for her to indeed succeed Maduro?
Well, what we can say is that this speech doesn't align at all with what Trump said earlier. He said that he was ready to make a transition, of course, with the U.S. in control, but a transition with Delcy Rodriguez, which is the vice president, the vice president de facto. So it doesn't align very much with that intention. Basically, it's a radicalized speech, as they used to be. They always claim that the U.S. is after the Venezuelan assets and that they will defend the country at any cost. And he's even defending Nicolas Maduro, which is very odd and very strange, given the situation. And also, she declared a state of emergency, a state of international commotion, which basically give herself powers to do basically whatever she wants with the country. She can either decree a curfew or suspend all institutional and legal rights. And this is something really dangerous for Venezuelans. Normally, these kind of decrees go through the National Assembly, they get voted, and afterwards they go to the National Gazette for every Venezuelan to know what's going on.
Is this old footage or something? What the fuck you smiling about? If this was that footage after her speech? What the smiling and waving? I'm supposed to believe she's gonna lead a guerrilla resistance against the United States military, smiling and waving after her fucking speech? What a joke. No, they think we're fucking stupid.
And what is forbidden. But at this point, we don't even know what they are ready to do. And this doesn't align at all with what Trump was saying earlier in his speech.
Now, speaking of Trump's comments, he said the operation overnight was, quote, dark and deadly. Just from a tactical point of view, what details do we know about how this operation actually unfolded?
Well, what we know is that 7 key points in the country, not just in the capital. Let's be clear, it wasn't just the capital, it was throughout the country. 7 of the most important military facilities were attacked. We don't know yet the casualties so far, no civilians, but it's probable a high number of military personnel, because let's remember that the most important that was affected, or 2 of the most important, was La Carlota, which
Rebel
is the
Phoenix,
air
do you have a
base
link?
located at the
Mark
very
Carney
heart
said
of the
something
city.
like that?
And the other one was the military school, the biggest fort, the biggest headquarter in Venezuela, the Tuna Fort. And there's a lot of military personnel in there. The military school functions in there. The 3 of the 4 forces of the country are located in this facility, and the 4th one is the aviation, which was in La Carlota. So it's not a little thing that happened today and yesterday morning.
And Norris, what will the Venezuelan military do next? I mean, where are their primary interests now in the absence of Nicolas Maduro?
Well, I think that they will align with Delcy Rodriguez. I've said this before. It was only logical that Trump...
Wow, holy fucking shit. So yeah, Rebel Phoenix looks like he was correct here. From Mark Carney, quote unquote, Canada has not recognized the illegitimate regime of Nicolas Maduro since it stole the 2018 election. Carney said on social media Saturday evening, quote, the Canadian government therefore welcomes the opportunity for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity for the Venezuelan people. There it is, folks. I think we can see why the vice president there was smiling and waving. She's the new dictator of Venezuela. All she needs to do is open up the oil markets to Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets to declare another victory for himself, and then it's off to the fucking races, stuffing money in your pockets. She doesn't have to do a goddamn thing for the Venezuelan people. Doesn't have to change much of anything except for opening up oil to Western interests. And there you go. Boom. And of course, with Mark Carney, we see the scourge of neoliberalism. Neoliberals have no problem with regime change. They don't care. They don't care. What they care about is optics. And if this is a successful optical, illusion really on the world, Mark Carney, the banker Mark Carney, proud neoliberal Mark Carney, happy to go along with it. Talking about democracy, huh? Opportunity for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity. Is that what that was? That's what kidnapping the leader of a country, dictator or otherwise. They never learn. They never fucking learn. Iran, disaster. Iraq, Afghanistan, disaster. Vietnam, disaster. Well, he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities, and that didn't start World War III. They never fucking learn. They never fucking learn. Because if this is a success, if this is considered a success by the global community, it doesn't stop in Venezuela. It does not stop there. He's going to be emboldened. And what happens when an emboldened dictator has to deal with a democracy that wants to replace him? That emboldened nature is going to come right back on the American people. We're talking about the man, who committed January 6th.
Was seeking her help in this transition because, let's face it, Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the military support and never have had it. So who he has it is...
Right. So she's saying this VP doesn't have the support of the military. If the United States has her back, all of a sudden, she now has the support of the military. You know what I mean? If the United States is able to reassure, you're going to get behind her, you're going to get behind the VP, you're going to legitimize this regime change, seemingly the Venezuelan military is going to go right along with it. Right. Been wanting to use this all day.
Delcy Rodriguez, which is part of the Maduro government, the Maduro inner circle. So yeah, it was only logical that Trump was seeking her as an ally, and that the military ranks are gonna align with her.
That's right.
At the end.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. The worst case scenario. We might be looking at the worst case scenario here, folks, where this is a quote unquote successful regime change. And the neoliberal establishment, MS Now, CNN, ABC, of course, CBS, of course, in a couple days, hours, will be either lying by omission and just not talking about it, shifting their focus to something else, or basically saying this was a good move. And then, of course, we'll see from the right-wing media organizations, so presidential, such a bold move, such a competency, such strength, right? Well, they'll go completely shameless blowjob levels. Man. And it's like, well, what's the problem? If this is a victory for Donald Trump, what's the big deal? What do you have, TDS? And we don't want this man to be emboldened. We don't want this man to think that the solution to his various problems are through the military. I assure you, it's not just a bunch of wins. It's not just a bunch of dubs. When a fascist dictator gets a little taste of military victory. So here's some Venezuelans lining up for food and gas. Like, this is the kind of stuff that MS Now and the rest of them, so-called liberal news organizations, are going to stop covering. If the VP takes over within days, this will become a non-story, and they'll move right along.
Today, of course, residents in the capital city of Caracas, they're lining up for food and gas. They're preparing for whatever comes next after the large-scale U.S. operation, which resulted in the capture of leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife. It remains unclear, though, just who is in charge of the country right now. Meanwhile, some of Maduro's supporters have taken to the streets to demand the president's return. And joining me now, we have Associated Press correspondent Regina Garcia-Cano, who's joining us from Caracas. Regina, welcome to you on this tumultuous day at best. How are people feeling in Caracas today? Is there hope? Is there relief with Maduro being gone? Or has it created concerns about instability that could follow? Or is it both?
Well, Caracas is unusually quiet for a Saturday today. You can see vehicles, motorcycles go on the streets, but that is not the usual traffic. You can also see people lining up outside a few businesses that are open, but the majority of the businesses today remained closed. And you haven't seen any anti-government protests, the kind that you saw perhaps in years past, and that is a result of people's fears following the 2020.
So, I mean, I know he hasn't come back since I timed him out. This is further reinforcement of what Bulletproof Bullet was saying, though, that a good majority of people are down for this in Venezuela, right? That the protests that we're seeing are a minority of, pro-Chavez extremists, and a good majority of the people are either apathetic, got their own problems, or are in support of this.
For presidential election, when the government unleashed brutal repression against real and perceived opponents. What you have seen today, however, is a pro-Maduro, protest where
Rebel Phoenix, if you finish that book, man, put it, make sure you let us know.
And they demanded the release of President Maduro, as well as they want to know his whereabouts, and they began chanting, "Bring back Maduro."
So tell me, Regina, because President Trump says that the U.S. will run Venezuela, is there any proof that the U.S. right now has control over the country? And if they don't, who does?
There are no signs of the U.S. at the moment controlling Venezuela. If you go by the Miraflores Palace, other government buildings, military installations, you will see that they are still being guarded by the Venezuelan armed forces. Some time ago, we saw the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, appear on state television to address the nation, and she was joined by the Minister of Defense, the Minister of the Interior, and other senior government officials. And she insisted that Maduro remains the president, but that he also laid out a plan and that they intend to carry out that plan. So no, by no means are there signs here that the U.S. government is the one in charge in Venezuela at the moment.
And I guess, Regina,
I gotta say, I'm pretty sure the strange face that this man in blue is making as they loop this footage is him getting ready to hawk a loogie. I'm almost certain of that. Look at it. Look at his movements. I'm pretty sure this motherfucker about ready to hawk a loogie.
By no means are there signs here that the U.S. government is the one
kind of getting his throat ready
in charge
and making the "I'm about to spit" face. Am I wrong?
In Venezuela at the moment.
And I guess, Regina, on the heels of that at least being the situation right now, you mentioned things are calm. People are just going about, I know, as reported by our reporters, they're getting their gas, they're getting food, they're trying to prepare for what comes next. But would the United States presence or running the country be welcome there, particularly if what you're seeing is just members of the Maduro regime maintaining control right now? Is there a sense of fear that there could be clashes as a result of this?
I think that that really depends on who you
There's no guerrilla resistance.
You still have, a number of ruling party supporters who are still very loyal to Maduro and who still, they're protesting at the moment and they want to see him back. They want to continue to see Chavismo, right, the president's movement, still ruling Venezuela. But you also have,
So there's one of those red hats that we saw Bulletproof Bullet talk about. I think it says "No war, something peace." I think that's what it says.
Movement, still ruling Venezuela.
Maybe it says "Go war, fuck peace." I don't know.
But you also have, millions of people.
Yeah, no war, yes peace. That's what these red hats are saying. Yeah, now he won't accept returns. Yeah, no, they're not getting Maduro back. And it's smart. It's smart, like I said, to convince the vice president to be the new leader, right? Because it has this veneer of legality instead of, forcing the Venezuelan people to accept this, other person. Like the Nobel Peace Prize isn't enough to legitimize her in the Venezuela population, but the vice president, it's all legal. It has the veneer of legality. And that's really smart. And to say, look, we got you back. We got you back. All you need to do is open up the oil, then you get to be king of Venezuela. I don't care if you run fraudulent elections. I don't care if you steal money. I don't care how you do things. If you help people or don't help people, I don't care, but you're going to give us the oil. And if you're not an impediment to that, then we won't use our military to kill your people. And that can make her seem like a success. Like, I'm the one that created peace, then created stability. I'm the one that negotiated that. It's not stupid. It's not stupid. I wish it was.
Who voted against him in the 2024 presidential election, and they, certainly want.
No, Jabubot. No. I mean, like, we're, it seems like we're dealing with more clever, craven people on this one, because that would be the ignorant thing to do. I'm going to put my guy in charge. We're going to put Pete in charge of the country. No. You let the vice president take over those responsibilities.
And a government change.
Okay. Regina Garcia-Cano, thank you so much with the Associated Press. We appreciate your time and your sense of...
Fascinating stuff here. Let's see if we can find any more breaking news. Kat Ebeguzel over here talking about it. Jeremy Corbyn interview. Yeah, so we got an interview with Jeremy Corbyn. I'm not too interested in that. TRT World. What's next for him? Associated Press. All right. This was 28 minutes ago by the AP. Let's have a watch.
Trump administration officials are giving some details about the U.S. military operation that led to the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. President Donald Trump says U.S. troops had been practicing on a replica building of Maduro's presidential compound in Caracas. And when troops got to the actual compound, Trump says they were armed with blowtorches in case they needed to cut through the walls of a safe room. The U.S. president says Maduro...
They didn't need any of this. They didn't need any of it.
...wasn't able to get into that room and couldn't quite close the door before he was apprehended.
Well, Rebel Phoenix, we just saw the MS Now coverage of that video. Sorry I didn't get to your link, but, looks like we've covered that one.
General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said Operation Absolute Resolve had been months in the making, and that service members had been ready since early December for when they got the word they were good to go. Kane says that more than 150 U.S. aircraft were flown in from across the Western Hemisphere, and that the operation began shortly after Trump gave the go-ahead late Friday night. Earlier on Saturday, Trump posted a picture of what he said was Maduro on board a U.S. warship that would be on its way to New York, where...
I've avoided saying this, but there's been a lot of hotties today. Okay, what else can I say? I'm sorry I'm a sexist man with a penis, but they're really finding beautiful women to be news babes nowadays, man. They're really killing it in the news babe scenario or news babe situation. I don't know what to say, but a lot of good-looking ladies today. What can I say?
Where the Venezuelan leader and his wife are set to face criminal indictments on drug charges.
Right. Drug charges. Ooh, that one looks cool. Whoops. I'll have to watch that later. I'm a big Backrooms fan. There's lots of Backrooms creators, so I always like to watch their stuff. I guess we're going to find out more later. Times Square erupts in protest. Really, let's take a look at these protests.
Marching down 43rd Street, but tensions from the Venezuela strikes still remains high.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Hands off Venezuela! Hands off Venezuela!
Hundreds hit Times Square Saturday for an emergency rally yelling, "Hands off Venezuela," for the No War on Venezuela, Stop the Bombing protest. It's a protest over the U.S. strikes that nabbed President Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
And so I think it's really important for us to come out here and strongly show that we oppose this war, that we oppose the American imperialist drive toward...
Look, you know me, you know the show, 3-step program, get out in the street, so I fully support the action. But, this ain't enough to change Donald Trump's mind. In fact, a low turnout on something like this just further emboldens him. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying give up. I'm not saying don't show up. I'm saying the exact opposite, but the reality is the reality. And a couple hundred well-meaning people coming out and standing up against this, if anything, like I said, it shows Donald Trump that he can get away with this shit. But the reality is, back when the Iraq War was about ready to launch, America saw the largest protests in history at that time, and that was just recently superseded, right? But we saw the largest protests in American history against the Iraq War, and it proceeded, and then people forgot, and the mainstream media did their job and directed people's attention towards other things, and we had, we're still in Iraq. We're still there. Mr. Mack, do you consider, even for a second in your dense little head, the concept of blowback? Do you care that China is going to have some serious problems with this? Are you not afraid of what China could do to us economically for this regime change? Because, yeah, no, Maduro was a dictator, no doubt about it. Yeah, exactly, Liddy, Liddy Bruz. Yeah, I mean, if they're, if the gloves are off and there's no rules, it doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen to other countries. It can happen to us. Right. Right. Well, we've been covering this, that, there's a good chunk of Venezuela that seems to be okay with regime change. But replacing one dictator with another dictator, but now the only real difference is that you're now letting America exploit your oil industry. You really think that's going to improve things? I mean, he deserves it. Maduro deserves to be behind bars, but there's a proper way of doing things if you actually care about democracy. Right. So we're talking about the couple thousand people or however many people were exiled from Venezuela. Right. There's no guarantee that the new dictator isn't going to do the same thing, but to different people. Things aren't going to be all great because Maduro's gone and that there's a new dictator in charge. Mac? You know what I'm saying, Mac? Possibly. What do you mean possibly? Nowhere in any of this has democracy been even mentioned. There's no elections happening in Venezuela now. New boss, same as the old boss. Except, what's going to be different is that you're going to probably end up having to pay more for gas and oil because now America is taking a big chunk of it. You're going to be dealing with gas and oil no longer being nationalized. So you're going to end up paying more at the pump. So you get a fresh new dictator who there's no guarantee that they're interested in helping the people. You get Uncle Sam taking your fucking oil, and then what else changes? Yeah, exactly, Liddy. Yeah, because I mean they were saying the same thing about Saddam Hussein. They in Libya, whatever happened in Libya there. Syria is a great example of how to do it correctly. The people stood up and they fucking kicked Bashar al-Assad the fuck out of there. And, I don't agree with the theocratic government wanting to implement Sharia law, but that government represents the desires of the people far more than what we're seeing in Venezuela. What happened in Syria there. South Korea is a great example of what to do when your dictator president goes too far. Brazil is another great example with Bolsonaro there, having to go to jail, Bolsonaro being arrested, the people rising up and supporting an election and getting Lula in there. Yeah, but Mac, don't be spreading misinformation. Okay, there's absolutely, democracy has nothing to do with any of this. So the will of the Venezuelan people is being completely ignored. You're replacing one dictator with another, and now your nationalized oil, that's gone. So now you're going to end up paying way more for oil. Yeah, you are, Mac. With your blasé, it's okay, he was a criminal. Bullshit. You actually are. So suck it up, Buttercup. There's absolutely no guarantee that replacing one dictator with another is going to help. In fact, you're likely going to end up paying more for gas and oil. Are you okay with that? Living in Venezuela, you think that's going to help people out? Paying more for oil? Stop being a useful idiot. And Harry Haas makes a great point. Even though Maduro was a dictator, illegitimate in every way, stealing elections, the United States still doesn't have the right, whatever that means now, to just unilaterally invade a country and kidnap the leader of that country, even if they're a dictator. Shut the hell up, Mac. Grow a fucking nutsack. How about you do me a favor? Welcome to politics, motherfucker. Huh? What do you want, a cookie? What you want, a back rub? Welcome to fucking politics. Suck it up. You come in here talking ignorance, you get some pushback, and now you're grabbing your fucking pearls like a bitch. Welcome to politics, motherfucker. Okay? This isn't baby time frolics. Your country was just invaded by Uncle Sam. A dictator is going to replace a dictator, and now your oil is going to be stolen by the United States of America. Why don't you fucking suck it up and learn how to fucking, understand a situation before you form an opinion about it? It's not so bad. Well, he was a bad guy. Ignorance.
Explosions rocked Caracas, and now demonstrators wave signs calling the whole thing illegal.
We have heard from our friends in Venezuela that there are countless dead from this bombing campaign.
It's not about drugs. It's not about democracy. It's not about the last election. It's because the Venezuelan Bolivarian Socialist Project did indeed challenge U.S. domination.
Well, it did. Like the Bolivarian Revolution, Hugo Chavez did challenge U.S. domination, but they didn't really, being just as corrupt as any other third world dictator, stole legitimacy from that attempt to separate themselves from U.S. hegemony. I can never say that word correctly. So Maduro and Chavez being just as bad, not just as bad, but being corrupt, completely, deflated any kind of legitimacy that they would have resisting the West. In fact, what we saw with Maduro and Chavez is what we see with a lot of third world countries where, the great Satan, America bad, being used as an excuse to be corrupt, right? To be illegal, and stuffing money in their pockets. So, the reason why you're poor and uneducated and there's no services for you and we're stuffing all the money in our pockets is because America bad. It's not because of my own failings, as a government, right? It's not because of that. Oh, we had to steal, I didn't steal your election. That's just propaganda from the great Satan, right? So whatever legitimacy the Bolivarian Revolution had at one time, it was stolen from the very people who started it.
They're pushing to stop any more U.S. moves and let Maduro go. When Trump announced the U.S. will temporarily run Venezuela, it sparked fiery reactions like this one in Times Square, where voices rage against the strikes and demonstrators vow to keep fighting.
Looks like a couple thousand people, and I advocate, once again, let me just make this clear. I advocate for these folks to be out there. But it's going to take a whole hell of a lot more to convince Donald Trump to make any kind of change. And, a light turnout that isn't even like, is MSNBC even covering this? You know what I mean? If anything, that just further emboldens the dictator to push harder.
For their cause.
At least it's not SantaCon. I don't know about that. If it was SantaCon, we might see some dick and some pussy, right? Or some tits at least. Get one of them naked bike rides. Billionaires are crashing out. Okay. All right, let's watch one more video, then I'll let you guys go. If you want to leave right now, my conclusion is that this does appear to have been a successful, however you want to define that, but this does appear to have been a successful regime change by Donald Trump. And that's bad news for everybody. That's bad news for Greenland. That's bad news for Mexico. That's bad news for Cuba. And it could eventually lead to bad news for Canada. Yeah, Splendid Vania. I haven't actually heard what Jeffrey's had to say, but that wouldn't surprise me at all because, I've been mentioning throughout the whole stream that regime change is absolutely something that the neoliberal Democrats have been interested in doing. They would prefer to do it a different way. But, there's honestly, there's no guarantee that if Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris were sitting there, that we wouldn't have seen something like this. God, it's the worst case scenario. If you love peace, if you love democracy, it's the worst case scenario. Let me just type Venezuela in here and see what we get. I wouldn't call this a successful regime change for the time being. Only the head has been cut off. The snake still has a body. But that body is not reacting, right? So the body has made a few mentions that we're going to resist, and that this, if you don't give them back, we're going to resist. Those are empty words. Those are empty words. It's very likely that vice president that we just saw making a speech of defiance is negotiating with the U.S. government to be the new de facto dictator, right? Hey, imagine it's because you got the easy path, accept the where America wants you to go, accept your new role as the dictator of Venezuela, and it's off to the races, right? Hell, you could even, if she were to go and do some subsidy for people's food or do some kind of, public thing, be like, oh yeah, spend some money on the people, kind of, butter things up for the next couple months or a year. It's off to the fucking races. Not a single missile has been fired from the Venezuelan military. Not a single bullet has been shot. To actually regime change, Venezuela probably need boots on the ground. No, you don't. No, you don't. Who cares about what's going on in the mountains and the jungles? Who cares if there's resistance there? Because if the Venezuelan government has been successfully captured, yeah, whatever pockets of resistance they can be in the mountains, right? Unless that resistance is going to actively slow down the oil production, then okay, then maybe that's a problem, right? If these guerrillas that are up in the mountains actually start disrupting the oil production industry in Venezuela, okay, then yeah, then maybe that would be an issue. But if there's no resistance to the oil and everything's opened up for Western industries in the oil industry, and the new vice president takes over as the dictator, Maduro gets to live in a nice hotel or a nice residence somewhere in some other country somewhere, and then a couple weeks or months go by without any major turmoil. It's over. That's a successful regime change. Now, it could, if this is not handled correctly, and say the person that is put in charge starts fucking over the Venezuelan people harder, the oil prices go up, right? Then, yeah, we might have a an actual real collective public resistance to the new regime. But it could very easily go in the other direction, where the people are placated, the oil industry is opened up, America declares victory. Donald Trump says, this is my 9th victory. I've created peace again. And then the media does their job and looks in the other direction. And it's all done. And it's all done. You know? It could very easily go in that direction. You know, now, I think Liddy, though, oh, what did Vexler have to say? What did Vad Vexler have to say? Okay, well, this is a fucking hour. I'm gonna have to watch this and give you the recap. Okay, but did you watch it, Seneca? Can you give me a little recap on what Vlad Vexler had to say? Because I heavily respect his opinion. But I think Liddy here is, makes a good point that it's not smart to say this has been a successful regime change yet. Okay. But the idea that, that the vice president making a statement of open resistance, it's literally it could just be posturing for the Venezuelan people. And then a couple days go by, meetings are had, behind the smoke, smoky room meetings are had in the background. And, Maduro, the concept of Maduro being returned is just, they accept that, okay, Maduro is never coming back. What do we do? What's the reality there? Well, we got to work with Uncle Sam. This could turn into a quote unquote successful regime change. German cow, that's a possibility, sure. If it's not handled correctly, if the military isn't placated, if the people aren't placated, then yeah, we could see actual organized resistance, right? The military, ex-military officials who are disgusted working with, just literally, we're no longer military, we're now resistance, right? But they keep all their weapons and everything. He commented on the return towards a focus of sphere of influence and why Putin loves to see that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that Putin wants to achieve with Ukraine, with Poland, with Switzerland, with Belarus, with Moldova. This is exactly the kind of thing that he wants to see become a success, right? Stealing a country, regime change, using subterfuge. Yeah. Yep. Hegseth, Maduro fucked around and found out. Get me off this planet. Get me off this fucking planet. What did Scheinbaum have to say about it? Okay, I'm just gonna.
Step one for China is getting its.
This morning, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we issued a statement. My point is predominantly that one, far too early to label it regime change. Well, it has been a regime. Well, I mean, they're not giving back Maduro. I feel confident in that. So I disagree with your first point. Just because Maduro was ousted doesn't mean the organs of the Venezuelan government don't continue simply trucking along. I agree. Right now, it's too early to say that. I agree, but look, the fact of the matter is there hasn't been a single bit of resistance from the Venezuelan government, from the Venezuelan military. And that's an important factor, because if they're going to resist, that's when they would do it, when their president is getting abducted. So, but I do agree, it's still too early to say it's all locked up and the Venezuelan military is going along with this and the new vice president is going to take over as the dictator. I agree that it's premature to say that. My opinion is that this may change in the coming weeks, months, but for now, it's just too early. I'd love to have the certainty, but we just don't have I agree with that. I don't agree with your first point. Maduro's not coming back. Donald Trump is too locked in. Okay, he's out of the fucking equation. They've got a nice little, they're not going to kill him, They're going to put him up in a nice hotel. They're going to, Bashir al-Assad. They're going to do what happened to Bolsonaro, until he was arrested in Brazil. He was coming back to Brazil thinking that he might have public support to save his ass. That didn't happen. I remember that when Bolsonaro, he was like, he tried his little January 6th, and then he came back to America. Motherfucker was like recorded eating at a KFC or something, right? He's munching down on American fast food. So there's going to be the same thing with Maduro. He's off the board. He's off the chessboard. Maduro. He's not coming back. I feel confident saying that. Not anymore. Bolsonaro I think he's been arrested in Brazil, and I think he's now in jail. Yeah, but you ask yourself this: how was Maduro captured? He was captured without a single bit of resistance. Where was his security? Where was the military? Are the Venezuelans that diminished? They can't protect their own leader? Yes. Yes. There's a lot of people in Venezuela. It seems like there's a majority of Venezuelans are happy to see Maduro gone. Now, there's a, pro-Chavez, pro-regime minority. But it seems like a majority of people are either apathetic or pro get rid of Maduro because he's a fucking corrupt piece of shit. Similar to what happened we saw in Syria, right? The people were stoked about that. Finally, Assad gone. To me, it stinks of espionage. Yeah, obviously, there was something happened there, because those are the people closest to Maduro should have been the most loyal. But they don't fire a single bullet. They don't fire a single missile. They don't even shoot a single RPG at a Chinook flying 100 feet in the air. Some element of the Venezuelan government apparatus must have wanted him gone. I think a good chunk. I think, No, Liddy, you're making some great points. And I agree with your central point, which is that it's too early to say that this has been a rounding success. But hey, no problem, Lenny. Thank you for coming in once again. I appreciate it. I agree with your central point that it's too early to say. But to me, the absolute lack of resistance. It's like the statements from the vice president are not enough to convince me that there's you better give them back, or else then we're going to fight back. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Not yet. So I agree it's too early to say, but it right now, for my opinion, it looks like it. I think it has the possibility to be a big W from Donald Trump's perspective, from the neocon perspective. If it plays out without too much more drama, and the vice president takes over, she'll be making statements for months and years. We want Maduro back. We want because there's this whole faction that she needs to please with the pro Maduro side, pro Chavez side. So she'll be making statements. Oh, we're working whether we're temporarily gonna work with Uncle Sam, and but of course quietly in the background she's going to be opening up the oil industry for Western interests, and cementing her power. And then a couple years go by and Maduro there's no opportunity for Maduro to return. There's a possibility that's on the table right now. Okay, there's a very real possibility that shit's on the table. And that's the worst case scenario if you're a democracy loving person on the left who believes in sovereignty, right? Who believes in doing things the right way, even if they're harder, even if they take longer. Let's get back to Scheinbaum here.
Gobierno de México. Nosotros defendemos la doctrina Estrada y lo que
Did America win yet? Yeah, no, big wins, big dubs. Welcome back, Dari.
Que está en contra de las intervenciones y a favor de la solución pacífica de cualquier conflicto. De igual manera, el artículo 2 de la Carta de Naciones Unidas establece claramente que no debe haber intervención militar, sino una solución multilateral dentro del marco de Naciones Unidas. Ese es nuestro posicionamiento. Por eso condenamos esta intervención en Venezuela. En la mañana
Right. Okay. Nice one. Nice one. Trump shaking in their boots. This is what you get when you're corrupt. I will fully admit I don't know what the Estrada doctrine is. Go ahead and please fill me in on that one. David Frum, I would rather have my dick inverted into my fucking nose. Mexico's core foreign policy guidelines since 1930, according to its state, should not formally announce the diplomatic recognition of foreign governments. Donald Trump doesn't need Mexico's cooperation to make this happen. You know? Diplomatic recognition of foreign government, that should be perceived as a judgment on the legitimacy of said government. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, does it matter if you care about liberty? Does it matter if you care about if you care about sovereignty, if you care about decency and morality? Does the Estrada doctrine matter? Yeah, of course. We're not dealing with people that give a shit about those things. We're dealing with power. Unadulterated, naked power. Doctrines. Fucking, agreements. It's irrelevant to people like Donald Trump, to people like Vladimir Putin. Okay, there's a reason. Welcome back, Davey. There's a reason leaders espouse this, is all I'm saying. It's their history with Porfirio Diaz. It's piss weak, but they'll all drop the same lines, is all I'm saying. Okay. It's meaningless in this scenario. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't. I wish those words and that doctrine carried weight. Neocons don't give a fucking flying shit about doctrines, about charters. They care about power, and they care about money. David Frum, you would have to tie me to a fucking chair to get me to watch that video. All right, I stand corrected. MS Now is covering the protests. I was saying earlier they weren't. They are covering the protest in Times Square. Good morning, America. Okay, no thanks. I'm just trying to see if there's literally anything new, and it looks like there isn't. So let's just see, last hour. Let's see if we got anything in the last hour. Okay, this fucking fascist. Let's hear what he has to say.
No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could...
Sorry, that was incredibly loud. I don't know why the volume. Maybe he's had a few.
Pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage.
If there are any protests in Venezuela, they appear to be very small and contained amongst the pro-Chavez, pro-Maduro faction.
And resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime.
It's disgusting. Disgusting. Is nowhere in this speech, I guarantee you, is the word democracy going to be uttered.
The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision.
The further plan is to secure this, right? So I bet you they're on the phone with the VP. They're like, "Hey, VP, if you don't play along, here we got our Nobel Peace Prize winning puppet that we're going to install. So this is your opportunity to be king of Venezuela or queen of Venezuela. Are you going to take it or not? Are you going to play ball or not? Because if not, then we're going to drop more bombs and we're going to install our puppet." That's probably what's happening.
The very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night.
I love how they keep repeating that, in the night, in the middle of the night, darkness, darkness. Like that's supposed to, thieves do things in the middle of the night. Criminals do things in the middle of the night. Like that's supposed to be a positive thing.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out.
I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. It's like daggers to my fucking soul, man. This drunken, racist, militaristic TV grifter.
President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison.
That's why he pardons massive drug dealers, and that's why he sells pardons, for millions of dollars, right? That's because he cares so much about these things. Declaring fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction.
To our people, deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people.
It has nothing to do with those things. Safety and security and prosperity of the American people, huh? I'd love to hear an explanation as to how any of those things are connected to kidnapping a dictator from a different country and letting your oil company, and like, what do we think the oil companies are going to start giving us discounts because all of a sudden now we're stealing Venezuelan oil? Really, that's gonna cause the price of gas to reduce? Ludicrous.
Is America first. This is
America first, which is now code for Nick Fuentes style American fascism.
Peace through strength, and the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back.
I could spend 8 hours dissecting how wrong and disgusting and just ugly that statement was. History remembers all this. History remembers all this, by the way. Sure, what is this?
What the hell, Trump? We had a deal. I let you kidnap me so you look tough, and you let me keep my money and put me in hiding with your buddy Jeffrey on his new island. Yeah, I was never
Tacos on his PJ. Are Venezuelans even known for tacos? That's a Mexican thing. It's just fucking racism.
gonna do that, Maduro. You should have read my book, The Art of the Deal. It's the best book ever, believe me. But you gave me a Scout's honor. Yeah, well, I had my fingers crossed. So just like the boys in Scouts, you're screwed. I will now control Venezuela and the beautiful oil. George Bush ain't got nothing on me. What are you gonna do with me? Put me in prison? Me? Oh, I'm gonna do something way worse than that. I'm gonna let RFK experiment on you. Let's see if this vaccine really does make you fat, okay?
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Let's see if this vaccine really does make you fat and gay. That was kind of funny. Oh yeah, Midas Touch with their fucking fucking clickbait bullshit. Please. I don't want to hear what Hassan has to say. Hassan needs to move to fucking China. That's what Hassan needs to do. I'm so disgusted in Hassan lately. I can't even fucking stand it. And no, that's not because I'm a member of the DTG or Asmon Gold audience. It's because you're a fucking joke, Hassan. Praising the Chinese government while America bad on every fucking front. He doesn't make coherent points. I'm not going to turn this into an anti-Hassan stream, but I'm sick of him. I'm fucking sick of him. All right. Yeah, exactly. I'm paid for by Ethan Klein, right? Who I mean, I criticize, any opportunity I can to criticize Ethan Klein and is pro genocide, even though he claims to be against the genocide. He's got Israel's back, right? But oh no,
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
The fact remains is that motherfucker Hassan went to China, did a pro-China government propaganda tour. Someone handed him a little red book, and that motherfucker did a soy face like I haven't seen since 2016. You're soy facing over Mao's little red book? Let's hear what Adam Kinzinger has to say here. I'm kind of curious.
In that.
So we're gonna end it on this video, and then if I have to, I'll do a follow. I won't be able actually to do a follow up tomorrow. I have to drive my family back to Canada. But if you're interested in what my opinions are for some fucking reason, I will be letting the Discord know. As the news, as I get an opportunity to read the news or something, right? I'll take a break and read the news and update the Discord. With my opinions, if you want to hear what those are for some godforsaken reason, but I will get back to streaming as soon as I possibly can when I get back home to Canada. Probably on Tuesday will be the next stream from me. But let's hear what Adam Kinzinger has to say about the situation. We've been seeing a lot of his tweets, I believe, from Kyle anyway. So I'm just kind of curious. Let's see what he has to say, and this will be the last video of the day from me.
All right, YouTube. Family, friends, subscribers, I want to give a little bit of an update on Venezuela and my thoughts since kind of
Let me know if you want the invite to the Discord. I'll put a link in the chat.
That early video I did. Look, I think, again, on the one hand, we have to celebrate Maduro being gone. That is a good thing. It doesn't mean you have to support what happened, but just generally you can look at it and say it's better for Venezuela and for Venezuelans. And
is there somebody else? Do I have to? I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, no, it wasn't legal. I don't need DWs. Is it legal? No, it wasn't. What are these videos, man?
Come and get me. I'll be waiting for you here in Miraflores. He won't be long getting here. Coward.
What the fuck? What in the actual fuck? There's got to be something here. Let's try again. We don't need early details. I don't want to hear from Rubio. I don't want to hear from Fox News. What the hell was this? This is how it went down. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, that might as well be the truth. Yeah, that might as well be the fucking truth there. Okay. That's pretty funny. I can't help but laugh at that. I really can't. I'm sorry. That's funny. Okay, you know what? Venezuela protests. People were asking, Davey was asking at least, Venezuela protests in, is there any, are people protesting at all in Venezuela? Okay, this is in America. Okay, here we go. Protesters gather in Caracas. This was 10 hours ago. We've basically seen this. But let me look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this? 2,000 people? Maybe? Right? This is in Caracas. Right? Your president just kidnapped, right? Does this look like a country that thinks that is this a majority of people in the country that think the country's going down this is all over, right? We have to resist the great Satan, America. You know what I mean? So here we have. Okay, this is definitely more than a couple thousand. Now, a lot of people that are pro Chavez and pro Maduro are the, more wealthy, more affluent members of Venezuelan society. Are they celebrating? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, these people look like they're stoked, actually. Caracas erupts as Maduro supporters protest. This doesn't look like a protest. Well, I mean, protesting can be fun. Oh my God, leave me alone. I will never spend money on kick.com. Never. Go straight to hell. All right, let's do some Midas touch. I'm not going to do Adam Kinzinger, who literally opens up his fucking stream with, opens up his video with, well, it's a good thing that he was deposed. Okay, shut the hell up. He was probably going to, qualify that later, but it's like, no, another fucking neocon with another fucking neoliberal or a neocon with a fucking opinion. Let's hear what Midas Touch has to say, then I'll let you go.
But we're going to make sure that country is.
What the fuck?
I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. Who started no new wars. No new wars. No new wars. No new wars. Wars?
A few moments later.
But we're going to make sure that country is run properly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there.
Now I know what you're thinking. This can't be true, right? No way the FIFA Peace Prize recipient, Mr. No New Wars himself, kicked off the new year with a new war.
America can project.
Okay, you get the fucking point. We've seen this stuff already. We literally have seen all this stuff. So you get the fucking point. He's a hypocrite. Wow, news at 11. Sorry, I don't mean to be cynical. I'm sorry. I'm a cynical asshole. I apologize. But you get it. You get it. He's a hypocrite. No new wars and starts wars, right? Okay. All right, there's nothing new to report on. Okay, like I said, I'll be doing another one on Tuesday once I get back to Canada here. This is the video that perfectly sums up the whole situation right here.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, yo, 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 oh no, you didn't. Sucker tried to blame me, but you never paid me, never. Oh no, you didn't. Payback is a coming, you will be running forever. Oh no, you didn't. Until I get my vengeance, I will never end this mayhem. Oh no, you didn't. I'm a mercenary, you ain't got a prayer, you owe me.
Mercenaries 2, rated T for teen.
There you go. That's the video that perfectly sums up the entire situation today. Big props to every motherfucker in the chat. Thank you, Seneca. Thank you, Davey. German Cow. Joe Bubat. Thank you, Splendid Vania. Liddy Bruz. Yeah, it's a damn good game. It's a fucking damn good game. Mercenaries 1 is great. Mercenaries 2 kind of expands on those ideas of the first game. Great game. Great game. Mercenaries 2, heavily recommended. Big props to all the lurkers. Thank you to all you lurkers out there. Big props to Good Guy Dari. Thank you once again to Seneca Athena, if I didn't say so already. Clutch Cargo, Liddy Bruz. Thank you for your participation in the chat. Thank you for your opinions and your comments. Very much appreciated. Big props to your boy Lenny. Sorry. Big props to your boy Lenny. Rebel Phoenix. Thank you, Rebel Phoenix, for showing up and giving me that view. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your comments. You know, if I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. You know, got to reset the chat once in a while. Ice King of Space, big props to Ice King of Space. Mac, you know, Mac, I talked a lot of shit, but thank you for your comments and your contribution. Thank you, Sean Mac. Simply Steve, big props. Harry Has, big props. Thank you so much, Harry Has. I'd like to give an extra special props to Bulletproof Bullet, who I timed out for 10 minutes and then he never came back. Whatever. I still appreciate your input. Thank you to Bulletproof Bullet for your input. You know, we butt heads. That's politics. That's how it is, man. You were talking way too much shit. Talking way too much shit. So you had to be timed out. But you know, it looks like you might be correct that a good majority of the Venezuelan people are sick and fucking tired of Maduro. And this does have the ingredients are there for this to be a quote unquote successful regime change by the Trump administration. You know, years down the line or months down the line, will you know, who knows what will happen here. But if they're able to secure this, if they're able to create stability and install a new dictator and open up the oil industry, Donald Trump will, you know, consider this a victory, and so will the media, so will the neoliberal establishment. You're tubing, big props. Elza, thank you for stopping in, Elza, appreciate that. Like I said, all you lurkers, anybody that stopped in, I do appreciate that. Big props to B-Ree, and there's B-Ree right there. Sorry, B-Ree, caught me a little too late. But yeah, folks, I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch, bar none, without a doubt. Keeping it so fucking real it hurts. And let's not forget why we're here. Why are we here? To create real political change. And how do we do that? We embrace political activism as a lifestyle. How do we achieve that? With a 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we do today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like the big list of protests. Looks something like this. The motherfucking blop. This is how we sign up and show up. And then step 3, we got to put in the work like the deceased Charlie Kirk. That's how the fascists are winning, is with effort. They donate, they show up, they vote, they even you know what I'm saying. Can never say that word correctly. Evangelicalize, however the fuck you say it. But they put in the work. And if leftists want to win, we have to do the same thing. It's our only choice. It's either that or oblivion. Because if the fascists truly win and the fascists truly secure power, they will, I can never say it correctly, they will eliminate us, okay? Tucker Carlson doesn't want to work with us. Steve Bannon doesn't want to work with us. Sean Hannity doesn't want to work with us. Donald Trump and his motherfucking pedophile crew, they don't want to work with the left. They want to destroy us. So we are fighting an existential battle for our existence. And the only way we're going to win is with nonviolent, direct political action. That's your only fucking choice if you give a shit. No, Davey, we discussed that possibility. You know, the fact that not a single bullet was fired, not a single missile was fired, and he was seemingly handed over without much of a fuss whatsoever. No, it does not change my opinion. If it was a negotiated, you know, backroom deal, it doesn't change a fucking thing, because I believe in sovereignty, I believe in democracy, I believe in the will of the people. Right? This should have all gone through the will the people. This should have all gone through an election that Maduro stole. Okay? How many times do we have to try regime change and fail before we realize it's not the right way to fix things? How many fucking times do we have to do an illegal invasion, you know, CIA coup, and have that shit fall flat in our fucking face, blow back for fucking decades sometimes? How often do those strategies have to fail before we decide, you know, it's not the right course of action? The CIA actually doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. The military industrial complex actually doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And that's what I'm worried about, right? Because if this goes off in the way that Donald Trump wants, that's going to be the opinion that's reinforced. CIA intervention does work. Military-industrial complex does work. Military solutions are the answer. That's the conclusion they're going to come to. And you don't think that mentality is going to be brought inward towards us, the people of the United States? Right? To the people of Greenland, to the people of Mexico, to the people of Cuba, to the people of Canada? We discussed all this. You're too fucking late, Davey. We discussed all this. Peace in the motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Free fucking Palestine. And fucking somebody build a rocket ship so I can fucking fly off to the fucking moon and get some goddamn solace. Take care of yourself. Happy New Year. Happy fucking New Year. Take care of yourself, everybody. Thank you.